Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda.
Z Media has committed crimes against Hinduism in India and internationally, and furthermore incited countless atrocities such as mob lynching assassinations against Hindus. Z5, owned by Z Media and Essel Group, recently released a trailer for their proposed web series with over-the-top media service entitled Godman. The proposed series is hate speech against Hindus and Hindu civilization. The Coimbatore district Andhanar Murpoku Kalagam Brahmins Association has complained to the Superintendent of Police to initiate action against the producer and director of the proposed online hate speech series Godman, for which a trailer was released by over-the-top media service and Z5. The trailer has clearly been made with the intent of hurting the sentiments of one section of the society and to discriminate against people on the basis of religion, the complaint says. Yogi Adityanath of Uttar Pradesh has announced the development of 800 kilometers of roads to be developed as a herbal belt, with medicinal and herbal trees along both sides of the road. The planting is also intended to provide raw material for medicines and will also help in curbing the erosion of land. World-renowned yogi Prahlad Jani, also known as Mataji, has left the body at the age of 90. He was well known after extensive and actually repeatedly abusive scientific observations and tests done on the yogi's expression of yogic powers. He had passed many decades without eating or drinking anything. Urine would accumulate and then dissipate from Mataji's bladder. He also had a fatty deposit inside the roof of his mouth he said was a source of energy. As a result of ancient yogic practices, he was able to get energy from the sun, the space around his body, and was even known to gain weight after taking bath. Mataji said he had been blessed many decades earlier by the touch of a deity on his tongue, after which he stopped eating and drinking. Even at this time of leaving the body, however, media shamelessly ridiculed his appearance and manifestation of the yogic powers. feared by anti-life gangs and anti-Hindu prostitutes in India. ISKCON has been abused in social media and during performances. Entertainer Surleen Kaur accused that Hindu saints had used Sanskrit to hide illegal activities, and she referred to ISKCON members as all porn people. An ISKCON spokesperson who shared the video illustrating the abuses had his account locked by Twitter. TikTok, a social media platform which has been plagued by hate speech against Hinduism, had its app rating improved drastically overnight from a dismal 1.2 to 4.4 out of 5 as Google instantly deleted 7 million poor reviews of the platform. Z Media has committed crimes against Hinduism in India and internationally, and furthermore incited countless atrocities such as mob lynching assassinations against Hindus. Z5, owned by Z Media and Essel Group, recently released a trailer for the proposed web series with over-the-top media service entitled Godman. The proposed series is hate speech against Hindus and Hindu civilization. The Coimbatore district Andhanar Murpoku Kalagam Brahmins Association has complained to the Superintendent of Police to initiate action against the producer and director of the proposed online hate speech series Godman, for which a trailer was released by over-the-top media service and Z5. The trailer has clearly been made with the intent of hurting the sentiments of one section of the society and to discriminate against people on the basis of religion, the complaint says. Yogi Adityanath of Uttar Pradesh has announced the development of 800 kilometers of roads to be developed as a herbal belt, with medicinal and herbal trees along both sides of the road. The planting is also intended to provide raw material for medicines and will also help in curbing the erosion of land. World-renowned yogi Prahlad Jani, also known as Mataji, has left the body at the age of 90. He was well known after extensive and actually repeatedly abusive scientific observations and tests done on the yogi's expression of yogic powers. He had passed many decades without eating or drinking anything. Urine would accumulate and then dissipate from Mataji's bladder. He also had a fatty deposit inside the roof of his mouth he said was a source of energy. As a result of ancient yogic practices, he was able to get energy from the sun, the space around his body, and was even known to gain weight after taking bath. Mataji said he had been blessed many decades earlier by the touch of a deity on his tongue, after which he stopped eating and drinking. Even at this time of leaving the body, however, media shamelessly ridiculed his appearance and manifestation of the yogic powers, feared by anti-life gangs and anti-Hindu prostitutes in India. ISKCON has been abused in social media and during performances. Entertainer Surleen Kaur accused that Hindu saints had used Sanskrit to hide illegal activities, and she referred to ISKCON members as all porn people. An ISKCON spokesperson who shared the video illustrating the abuses had his account locked by Twitter. TikTok, a social media platform which has been plagued by hate speech against Hinduism, had its app rating improved drastically overnight from a dismal 1.2 to 4.4 out of 5 as Google instantly deleted 7 million poor reviews of the platform.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलम् अचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, I offer my humble obeisance and humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of His Divine Holiness, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I welcome all of the Sri Mahants, Kotaris, Tanedars, all of the NHU graduates, Kailasas, NHU students, and all of the people who are gathered in all the Sarvagna Pitas, Paduka Mandirs, Satsang centers, temples all over the world. I welcome all of the Sarvagna Pita Yajamans, Kartas, and Sarva Parityagis, all of the people, the 2 billion Hindus on planet Earth who are gathered today during this auspicious time. I wish you all a auspicious Suprabhatam before this Nithyananda Satsang. Every single day, it is always so auspicious, so fruitful to be able to gather on a global platform for Sri Kailasa and await the darshan, await the divine revelations from Paramashiva himself, the Nithyananda Satsang. At this time, every single day, whether we are in the Eastern time zone or the Western time zone, we all gather, an alarm goes off inside of us, telling us to tune in now for the Nithyananda Satsang. It is at this time that we await the divine darshan of Paramashiva himself, the embodiment of supreme consciousness, who's come down in an utmost compassionate gesture, utmost compassionate advent to all of us on planet Earth. This is the most exciting, most compassionate happening on planet Earth. And no matter what we believe, no matter what we are going through at this time, especially during the coronavirus pandemic, during this economic crisis, or so many people who are facing famine, facing extreme devastation to their families, it's at this time that His Divine Holiness is contributing to each and every one of us. And all of us, Sri Kailasa Vasis all over the world, can understand, can remember the blessing which it is to be living with the avatar, living at the same time as Bhagwan himself. If you were living at the time of Sri Rama, if you were living at the time of Bhagwan Sri Krishna, of Madurai Meenakshi, it is literally the same thing, if not better, because this is the most happening, the greatest avatar of all time. As evolution has dictated, it is time for us to go from man to superhuman, from human to superhuman. This is the time for us to evolve as a humanity, evolve to next species, and give ourselves a super conscious breakthrough. Going on right now is season 5 of Paramashivoham level 2. It is the most life positive happening on planet Earth, which you can all also be a part of. Many of you are tuning in from the program and having done the program already, and many of you are still not lucky enough to be a participant of this program or a graduate of this program. If you are, you can register at paramashivoham.org for this level 2 program and understand that this is the time for all of us to have a super conscious breakthrough, to take this time in order to give ourselves that transformation that we have been waiting for our whole lives. Always we are putting off completing and healing ourselves, starting to venture into the spiritual journey. We're always putting off healing ourselves, completing with ourselves, and starting to change every single part of ourselves. But now is the time. The whole universe, the whole world is pointing towards this next transformation. And with this global lockdown that is going on, literally it's like it's no coincidence at all. And before proceeding after 2020, we must all take the time to have a super conscious breakthrough for ourselves. And His Divine Holiness, His very advent on planet Earth is in order to give that breakthrough for the entire humanity. Let me explain to all from the very beginning, why avatar? Why do we have avatars? And why in Sanatana Hindu Dharma we recognize the time and again when the whole humanity, when the whole world is in need, we continue to have avatars in our life, in the history of life. Avatar is an incarnation as per Hinduism. Incarnation is a being who has entirely realized their ultimate purpose and their purpose on earth to contribute to humanity. And not only that, their very advent on planet Earth was an entirely conscious happening. Today, we will understand from the words of the avatar himself, of Swamiji himself, about how avatars happen, how he himself happened on planet Earth, and what is the great happening of avatars. We have so many different incarnations in Hinduism that we all look up to, that we revere and we worship. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is an incarnation worshipping tradition, a tradition which recognizes that when humanity needs and when the whole world is in need, the Supreme Consciousness manifests in the next form, the next physical form, and they lead the entire life on planet Earth to the next breakthrough. From the Matsya avatar, when all life on planet Earth was fish or single cell organisms in the ocean, the Matsya avatar, the fish avatar of Mahavishnu, descended on planet Earth in order to guide all of the life at that time, to guide all of the life to evolve to the next being, to the next form. Like this, we have the Kurma avatar, then Varaha avatar, then the great avatars. In the Dasha avatar is recognized as the Hindu evolution, that each time humanity or the forms of life needed a breakthrough on planet Earth, an avatar descended on planet Earth in order to make that breakthrough happen. And now, in this day and age, for us as humanity itself, Bhagavan Paramashiva, the Supreme Consciousness, has descended once again in form with Swamiji, with the avatar, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Millions of people across the world have recognized and are worshipping, revering him as an avatar, and we consider ourselves blessed individuals to be living at the same time that His Divine Holiness is on planet Earth, that Supreme Consciousness decided to make a breakthrough happen. And you'll see that thousands of years from now, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan will be remembered, will be seen, will be worshipped throughout history as a great avatar who gave us the conscious breakthrough from man to superhuman. As we are celebrating Nithyananda Purnima Brahmotsavam, it is an auspicious time today as the 6th day of the Nithyananda Purnima Brahmotsavam. Sorry, it's the 4th day of Nithyananda Purnima Brahmotsavam. On the 4th day, we celebrate the Leela of Swamiji as Lord Venkateshwara. Lord Venkateshwara is also the deity, the Lord who is worshipped for all of the Paramashivoham level 2 participants. Lord Venkateshwara is the deity of wealth and the deity who we all ask in order to complete any problems in our lives due to lack of abundance of wealth or lack of any different type of richness in our life. He is the Lord who dwells in our Anahata Chakra upon its opening, and when we complete all of our relationships and we radiate love in our lives, that abundance is called the radiance and the blessing of Lord Venkateshwara. His Divine Holiness himself is the very muscle memory of Lord Venkateshwara. Now, what does that mean? The very gate and the memory with which we all have inside of our muscles. Muscles have memory. That is how, when we walk, when we eat, when we look, when we talk, we have certain ways that we go about it. It's not like we have a new walk every single day, unless you consciously do that. Every single day, you have the same routine that you get up in the morning, you brush your teeth, and that same routine becomes a memory inside of your muscles. That muscle memory is capable of being transferred in next births. The muscle memory of Lord Venkateshwara, how he walks, how his grace was, that is the very memory, muscle memory that Bhagavan, that Swamiji himself chose to take up upon coming down on planet Earth for all of us. When we see Bhagavan, when we see Swamiji and we have the darshan of Swamiji, we should remind ourselves that we are literally seeing none other than the very beautiful, most gracious form of Lord Venkateshwara. Today, during the Nithyananda Purnima Brahmotsavam, all of the Sarvagna Pitas all over the world are offering for the Leela of Venkateshwara, for the Alankaram of Venkateshwara, the different Naivedyam offerings, and we will be celebrating and doing the offering very soon during this Satsang introduction itself, upon the climax and upon our having to be able to see the divine Satsang from Swamiji himself. So, to understand what exactly is that significance and story behind Nithyananda Purnima, let us now hear it from Bhagavan himself about what the Nithyananda Purnima Utsavam is celebrating.
"24 years before, on this same day, on the Paurnami day, today is also Vaigasi Visaga, Vaigasi month, Visaga Nakshatra, Subramania's enlightenment day. As per the tradition, this is the day Subramania appeared. This is considered to be the birthday of Subramania. He appeared from the third eye of Mahadeva. He is embodiment of jnana, enlightenment. It is his enlightenment day also. So today Mahadeva gave birth to Subramania. On this very day, in the evening, I went to the hill, Arunachala hill. At the feet of the Arunachala hill, and the foothills, there is a place called Pavakundru, Coral Hillock, on a rock. You can see exactly this is the same rock on which I was sitting. It's a very beautiful place, very powerful place where Devi became enlightened. The place is the place where Devi Parvati did tapas and became enlightened. So still there is a Ardhanarishwara temple there. The place has a strong connection with the spiritual energy. I should narrate the incidents happened before this experience. Only then you will understand the whole experience. Because in those days, I started practicing the self-enquiry. Who am I? In a little different way as initiated by Annamalai Swamigal, an enlightened being, enlightened master, who is a disciple of great incarnation, Ramana Maharshi. He is a disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, Annamalai Swamigal. I had the fortune of sitting at his feet at very young age. Still I have his personal diary in which his own handwriting he recorded all his connection with Bhagavan and teachings of Bhagavan like a diary. Still I have that diary in my possession. In our archives it is there. It was gifted to me by one of his disciples, a great sadhu. Once I went to listen to him. A few foreigners were sitting around him and he was talking about some spiritual truths. I'll tell you roughly what I understood from his words. I can't say this is what he said. I can say this is what I heard. That we are not the body. There is no pain, suffering for us. I was really surprised to hear that, because I have seen in my family, if the kids are beaten, they cry. Even though I was never beaten, I have seen kids are being beaten. They cry, and so it was really beginning of search for me. Please listen. I went to the house. I know I have not understood whatever he said, but because I was in the pure space of listening, whatever he said was intensely working on me. It is like Ramakrishna tells a beautiful story. A mother pearl, oyster, am I right? Oyster has to receive the water, rain water, showers from the sky during Swati Nakshatra. When the Swati Nakshatra is on the peak, the rainwater drop which falls from the sky, the oyster has to catch that rainwater. Then she has to go into the ocean and process that water drop. That drop water becomes pearl. Same way, you have to be in the pure space of listening to receive the words from the Master and go and work on it. Then only you will see the pearl happening. The pearl of enlightenment, experience happening in you. I was in the pure space of listening. So those words entered into my being, but I was not capable of cognizing what he said. See, if I cognized what he said, that moment I would have become enlightened. But I was not capable of cognizing what he said. I only listened, but my listening was so pure The word was intensely working on me. I was possessed by that word. Listen. I was possessed by that word so powerfully. Whatever I was doing physically, that word was sitting in me. When a completion and completion hits at each other, a completion is born. Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate. My inner space completion and the completion of Annamalai Swamigal, both were going through a process through the word he uttered, through the initiation he gave. It was like I was filled with that word. How can this be? I can say the internalizing was going on. When you are in completion, even if you don't cognize Master's words, those words will not leave you. They will take cognizance of you. Master's words will take cognizance of you. Listen. When I utter a word, it spreads all over the hall, but only the space of completions it even recognizes as human beings and enters into them. Others, it just goes above the head. If you are not in the space of completion, the word just does not even recognize you. When you are in the space of completion, it recognizes your presence, your existence. So the word was working on me so powerfully. The word took cognizance of me. It was so strong on me. I started contemplating. One day it became too much. I wanted to find out the truth. So I wanted to experiment on myself, whether I have pain or not. I ran, picked up a shaving razor. Those days it will be like a long blade on which you will insert a blade and shave. I took my father's that razor and cut my thigh very deeply and long enough so later on they have to make a 13 stitches. That time I did not have any technique or methodology or idea to go beyond pain, or I have not experienced enlightenment. So naturally when I cut my thigh, the blood started oozing out, gushing out, and I can say I was shaken. Still I am not able to exactly describe whether there was pain or not, but I was shaken. I can say it was more psychological. More than that, my mother crying and running around, my grandmother who always suspected I am mad, got confirmed. She said that Paityasami has done something, and the ruckus they created, I can say that I felt I am supposed to be in pain and distress. I was taken to the hospital. Hospital is just opposite house. Just straight, if you cross the road, hospital. This side, the house in which I was born and brought up, that side is the doctor. Still he is alive in Tiruvannamalai. So I was taken to the doctor. His name is Karunanidhi. Still he is there, and his sons also became doctor. And I was taken to the doctor, and he saw And he asked me, why did I do what I did? I have no answer. Then he did whatever need to be done, and then he did 13 stitches. Still the stitch marks are there. 13 stitches. Of course, after 2 or 3 days, I went again to Annamalai Swamigal and asked him, please understand, I did not take responsibility for my inauthentic understanding. I put the blame on him. I put the blame on him. I ran to him and said, see what you taught me. You said we don't have pain or suffering. I went and cut my thigh. I am having pain. But now I remember, I can't even record or remember having pain. The ruckus they created around me was suffocating. And I am forced to believe I am supposed to be having pain and pain. So I went and told him, see what you taught, and in a mood of blaming him, he laughed and said, don't worry my son, you did not understand what I said, but even without understanding, your attitude of experimenting is a great quality. Hold on to it, you will achieve the ultimate. Of course, even at the end of the conversation, I was not satisfied or happy. I told him, all this you could have taught me before I cut myself. I don't have to go through this suffering. He laughed and said, only when time comes things will be understood. Don't worry. He consoled me and gave me a lot of candies. And I learned this habit of giving candies to kids from him only. It's Annamalai Swamigal who contributed that habit to me. Because I'll always go to him just because of candy. I still remember I started going to him because of the candy he gives. Later on he gave the ultimate candy, enlightenment itself. But the initial days I used to go just because of the candy he gives. So he gave me the candy. And he gave one last word. Find out who is having that feeling that you have pain or suffering. I can tell you, it was initiation. It was literally initiation. So it was such a strong truth inside me. Whenever I find time, I will sit and contemplate. Who is having pain in me? Who is that having pain? I'll try to analyze inside me. Please understand, I was doing self-enquiry without even my knowledge. This incident happened, I think, when I was 10 and a half. After 1 year, when I was 11 and a half, this enlightenment experience happened. On this same day, in Arunachala, at the foothills of Arunachala, I was trying to practice the same technique. Who am I? Who is having the pain experience? Who is the guy who is suffering? Who is having pain around the time of sunset and moonrise? Means after 4:30, before 6. That was the time between 4:30 to 6, maybe around 5:30. It was a sudden click. Please listen. It was not step-by-step experience. Suddenly something opened in me. It's almost like a clicking. You are trying to connect two pipes, struggling. Suddenly, when the other side of the pipe water comes out, both pipes are connected. Exactly like that. Suddenly I know something opened inside me. I was actually sitting with closed eyes. That opening means now I know who is the experiencer. Life, alive, being present in everything, experiencing. I could see literally all the sides, 360 degree this side and 360 degree this side. 360 degree this side and 360 degree this side. Not only I was able to see one side the temple, the hill, the other side main temple, every plant, stone, the sky above me. Still when I remember, I'm not even remembering now, I'm literally reliving. I was able to see the whole at a time simultaneously without turning my head or opening my eyes. Then I understood. Not only I was able to see, I felt, I experienced the whole thing is me. I was alive. How powerfully you are alive inside your skin. If somebody hits you, touches you, you know you are alive. How alive you are inside your skin. The same depth of life, alive, being alive. Life I felt with everything, the stone, plants, hill, temple, with everything. Around 1.5 hours. My body did not even move. Maybe around 7:30 or 8, I slowly came down. Those days there was no light in that area, but I did not need any light. I could see everything. Of course, moon was there because it's a full moon day. 2.5 days, full 2.5 days. I could not understand what is happening. It took full 2.5 days for me to understand I am in some other space. I could see everything as my presence because I was in completion. The words of the masters entered into me. Because of the integrity, the words were continuously working on me. That is integrity. Trying to cut my own thigh and see is authenticity. Means expanding, stretching yourself to the truth. But even then I have not taken the responsibility for the effect. When I decided to take the responsibility to find out the root source, then enlightenment experience happened. And I did not keep quiet. You need to know. I did not know. 2.5 days I did not know what was happening. Then slowly, when I settled, I went and told my godmother, Vibhudanandapuri. Her name was Kuppammal. I went and told her. I asked her whether am I possessed by ghost. She checked my energy and said, no, you are possessed by God. Then immediately I rushed. The joy was so much, I rushed and called my classmate, one friend. Took him to temple and said, hey, I went and sat and meditated in that rock, the hill. I got this experience. Now I can see anywhere. You also go and meditate in that rock, you will also have this experience. I thought in that rock only the experience happens. He said, what experience happened to you? I said, see, now I can see all the side without turning my head. If you want, you check. That fellow thought I am playing, making fun, or some prank, playing pranks. He took a coin. The kids always carry the coin in their trouser packet, you see. He took a coin and showed behind my head. Is a head or flower? Which side?
This is the very story of Nithyananda Purnima. This experience happened on Nithyananda Purnima day. At that time, it was 1989, May 29th, and that day is now celebrated for the entire Sangha, Nithyananda Sangha, all of Sri Kailasa, as the day that His Divine Holiness had this profound experience, that Paramashiva began manifesting through the body of His Divine Holiness with new intensity. It is that intensity only that we are blessed to be able to experience today as disciples of His Divine Holiness. Today, we are celebrating the Nithyananda Purnima Brahmotsavam, and June 5th will be the exact Nithyananda Purnima day, and we are simply waiting and revering Swamiji for 10 days before the Nithyananda Purnima day. Every single Brahmotsavam like this, we celebrate for 10 days, whether it is Shivaratri, Guru Purnima, or anything. We celebrate each day with a 10-day Brahmotsavam. So Nithyananda Purnima is also celebrated with 10 days, and each day we revere Swamiji with a different Leela Alankaram offering. Today is the day where we're offering the Alankaram, the Leela Alankaram of Venkateshwara, and during the Satsang, we will be offering the different Naivedyams for the Venkateshwara Alankaram of Swamiji. As I was describing before, Venkateshwara is extremely special to Swamiji, to all of us Sri Kailasavasis, and of course to Hindus. The Tirumala temple in Andhra Pradesh also is the place where millions every single year will offer their reverence and worship to Venkateshwara, and it is the very place that His Divine Holiness had chosen His own mother, and the awareness of His mother as an embryo happened for the first time. See, for super consciousness, the super consciousness itself has chosen the very place, the very person, the very family of the birth of their happening. So everything is written in the grand narrative of Swamiji's whole autobiography. Everything is not is done for a specific purpose, and every single action is done as a specific purpose. Understand that for you and I, for humans, our story is written after we die. But for avatars, the script is written and then they come down and enact it. Every single action that they do, every single happening in their lives is predetermined and predestined, and it is a huge enactment, a leela that happens on planet Earth for the liberation of the whole life itself, of the whole humanity. If you see the leelas of Bhagavan Sri Rama and Bhagavan Sri Krishna, everything is done for a divine purpose. And one of the most incredible feats, incredible characteristics of avatars is that they never question that divine purpose ultimately. They never, no matter how much tyaga they do, never in their thinking, even in their thoughts, even in their behavior, even in their unconscious, of course they do not have any kind of unconscious, but even in the subtle, most subtle parts of them, they do not have any kind of questioning against the divine purpose, the greater, the leela of Paramashiva himself. He knows, but Swamiji, he even said in a satsang recently, is that he knows that Paramashiva is manifesting through him and he is never questioning his guru. No matter what life presents or no matter what happens in the whole leela. So like this, every single part, every single person, every single character, every single place, everything has a divine purpose. And the very birthplace of Swamiji, of His Divine Holiness, of this incarnation of Paramashiva, was specially handpicked, was specially chosen because of the very characteristic it had. The birthplace of His Divine Holiness is Arunachala, is Tiruvannamalai, a small town in South India. And of course, as we had heard Swamiji describing in the last video on Nithyananda Purnima, we know of some of the details, of some of the deep reverence that Swamiji has for the very embodiment of Paramashiva himself, Arunachala. Arunachala is a sacred hill in Tiruvannamalai, which the entire town revolves around. Everything in the town is worshipping, even if they are not from the same Sanatana Hindu Dharma. For each and every one of them, the hill is their god. The hill is Paramashiva. And no matter if they are born in Hinduism or not, the hill is still their god. They still recognize Arunachala as their own very god. Let us understand from the Puranas about the very happening of Arunachala himself on planet Earth.
Yes, like we beautifully said, the hill itself is Paramashiva. It is Mahasannidhanam. And this we know from a very beautiful Purana, the history of Arunachala, from the Arunachala Purana, which explains to us, narrates to us the story of Lingodbhava, the form of Paramashiva, when he appeared as an endless shaft of light, as the linga, as a flame, self-effulgent flame, to destroy and teach the lesson, to destroy the ego of Brahma and Mahavishnu, and teach them, make them understand who Paramashiva is. So the Purana says that there was a dispute between Mahavishnu and Brahma as to who is greater amongst them, whether the creator or the sustainer, whether knowledge or wealth, because Brahma, who represents knowledge, Saraswati, and Vishnu, who is along with Lakshmi, represents sustenance and wealth needed for sustenance. So while both of them were having a dispute as to who is greater, Paramashiva intervenes there and manifests as that endless shaft of light, as a lingodbhava, and asks Mahavishnu and Brahma to find the end of this shaft, of this linga, and said that whoever finds my end, he is greater. So Mahavishnu and Brahma accept this orders given by Paramashiva, and Mahavishnu takes the form of the boar, the Varaha, and dives down towards the Patala Loka, trying to find the bottom end of the Lingodbhava, while Brahma takes the form of the swan, the Hamsa, and flies high, trying to find the top end of the Lingodbhava. So it is said that they fly, Brahma flies high for many, many years, and Vishnu digs down into the depths for many years, trying to find the end of the Lingodbhava Murti, and still they are not able to find the end of this shaft of light, of this manifestation of Paramashiva. And so Mahavishnu accepts defeat and comes and apologizes to Paramashiva and says that he is not able to find the end of Paramashiva and goes down. While Brahma tries to be clever here. He comes in, he says that a flower is falling down while the Hamsa, while as a swan, while he's flying up, there's a flower that is falling down. And so he takes that flower and asks it, where have you been coming from? Where have you been falling from? And this flower, in Sanskrit it's called the Ketaki flower, and Ketaki Pushpa, and in Tamil it's called the Tarampu. This particular flower tells him that this flower has been falling from the head, from the ear of Paramashiva, right? And he asks how many years have you been falling from? And he says for many years, many thousands of years, it's been falling just from the ear of Paramashiva. Hearing that, Brahma realizes, oh God, he is never going to reach the top of Paramashiva because this flower itself has been falling for so many years. And then he decides, he asks the flower, will you just help me out by saying that, by becoming a witness that I have reached the top of Paramashiva as a false witness. And the flower agrees. And with that, Brahma comes down with the flower, shows it to Paramashiva and says, see, I actually found your top. I found the one end of you, and this flower is the witness. But of course, Paramashiva knows what is true, and he takes that ferocious form to destroy that ego, destroy that cunningness of Brahma, and cuts off the fifth head. Today, Brahma, as we know, has 4 heads, the Chaturmukha, but he initially had the fifth head, which represented his ego, and that is what Paramashiva, out of his ultimate compassion, taking that ferocious form to cut that head of Brahma and teach him and make him realize who Paramashiva is. And the story goes on. But why this story connects so intimately to Arunachala is that form of Lingodbhava, that endless shaft of light that Paramashiva assumed, took the form and manifested as the Arunachala mountain. Swamiji says, even in Kailasa, Paramashiva only stays on top of the mountain. But only in Arunachala, he is the very mountain itself. The Arunachaleshwara Linga in the temple is for receiving all the worship to Paramashiva, because you cannot pour the milk and do all your worship directly to Arunachala. But Arunachala is the very manifestation of Paramashiva. The whole temple is centered around the Linga, while the whole city is centered around the Arunachala mountain. Literally, for the people of Tiruvannamalai, for everybody, that mountain is Paramashiva himself.
Exactly. And as you are seeing now, these are some of the very rare photographs collected by the team photographs of Arunachala and the town of Tiruvannamalai, and you'll also be able to see one of the most fundamental parts of the life of His Divine Holiness, the manifestors of the very ambience of this great town, the gurus of Swamiji. In this town also, one of the most fundamental parts is the temple of Arunachala, the temple where Arunachaleshwara is worshipped. So as you have just seen, this is a glimpse of the town of Tiruvannamalai and the hill, sacred hill of Arunachala, the very embodiment of Paramashiva himself during the time in which His Divine Holiness happened. So before going further, we can understand from Swamiji himself about the temple of Arunachaleshwara and how it is so significant and how it has played such a significant role in creating that ambience, the enlightenment ecosystem for Paramashiva to land and manifest in the human form.
Last few days I am studying the Kamikagama and Tiruvannamalai Google Earth. Thanks to Google Earth, really helping us to map. I am actually mapping the Kamikagama into Tiruvannamalai. Such perfect Shiva city. See, here, banyan tree is Sadashiva. He is Mahasadashiva. The linga represents the Mahasadashiva, accepts puja. But banyan tree is Mahasadashiva. Same way in Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala, that hill is Mahasadashiva. Because you can't pour the water and do all the abhishekam, alankaram and enjoy, celebrate the kriya. The linga represents Mahasadashiva, receives puja. So the whole temple is centered on linga, city is centered on hill. For example, west, the Koshtamurti of Lingodbhava should be installed in every Shiva temple. And south, Dakshinamurti should be installed as a Koshtamurti. North, Durga and Brahma should be installed as a Koshtamurti. If you see Tiruvannamalai Google Earth, everything is perfect. The number of tanks should be installed as per Kamikagama. The deities need to be installed. You see the south exactly, there is a beautiful, huge Dakshinamurti temple in Tiruvannamalai. The Dakshinamurti Koshta Murti size and the hill size, if you match, it is matching exactly the proportion as per Kamikagama. And Lingodbhava Murti is the Adi Arunachaleshwara. Everything
On the north, Durga temple is there. That is what is Pavadakundru. Just near Pavadakundru, there is a Durga Devi temple, which is a Koshtamurti. For if you consider hill as a linga, the Koshtamurti in the north is Durga temple is there. I was actually shocked to see, and thanks to Google Earth, last few days I am sitting with Google Earth and Kamikagama. I am sitting with the Google Earth, mapping everything. You need to understand Arunachala. See, in Kailasa, Mahadeva resides on the top, but in Arunachala, hill is Mahadeva. Hill is not his residence, his body. Understand?
So as we have learned from Swamiji himself about the very perfection which is the Arunachaleshwara temple, this temple, it is said to have been constructed by Vishnu and Brahma, the Lord Vishnu and Brahma, for Bhagavan Paramashiva himself. And this is one of the most prehistoric temples, one of the oldest temples in India itself, and it is surely a epicenter, one of the most powerful spiritual hubs, because it is here that thousands of enlightened beings have been born from history itself. The Arunachala Sampradaya is a dictation which was told in the Arunachala Puranam, the very place where it is written about the story of Lingodbhava Murti. In that very place, the Mahadeva, Paramashiva, promises that he will take the form in 3 forms for the service for humanity at all time. He will always be in the form of the Arunachala hill. He will always be in the form of the great Arunachaleshwara Linga. And then the last, he said, he promised to the whole humanity that he will always take form in incarnations, in human form, in a great Siddha who will continuously be teaching in the Arunachala ambience at that time. So starting from the great incarnation Idhayakar in the Arunachala Sampradaya, there has been an unbroken lineage of gurus. Finally, it climaxes, culminates today with His Divine Holiness as who knows how many unbroken lineages have been there, but for this one at the most peak is this Arunachala Sampradaya, which has literally come from Paramashiva himself. This lineage had been sustained, has been there, and one of the gurus, a part of it, was the great Isakki Swamigal, and then Mata Vibhudanandapuri was his only disciple, and then Mata Vibhudanandapuri had initiated His Divine Holiness Swamiji at a very young age in the year 1994 to be the next inheritor of the great Arunachala Sampradaya. Each enlightened being is worshipped and revered greatly. Today it is, of course, once again revived by Swamiji himself with the Arunachala Sarvagnapita, which is there established in Tiruvannamalai itself. His Divine Holiness has revived and sustained, promised the protection of the great Arunachala Sampradaya, which started from thousands and thousands of years back. with the very happening of the great Arunachala hill itself. It is this very place where Paramashiva manifested, where thousands of enlightened beings had been, that His Divine Holiness happened. And He has one of the most unique things, one of the most unique aspects of being an avatar, being supreme consciousness in the physical form, is that the birth, the happening of the soul, of the consciousness happening inside of a body, a physical body, is entirely conscious. For you and I, for humans, we do not know, we do not remember what it is, how it was like to be born. How did we happen? How did life start? We may remember yesterday, we may remember the previous hour or something like that, but so far back as our own birth, our memory does not extend. And one of the most fundamental aspects of avatar, of incarnations, is that they happen consciously. They remember every single detail of their happening. It is so beautiful and eye-opening to be able to hear from Bhagwan himself about his own birth, how it happened, how consciously, how birth happens, and so liberating ultimately that there is a possibility for all of us also to have that experience, that beautiful, blissful experience of conscious birth. So before proceeding further, let's understand His Divine Holiness's experience of conscious birth.
Satchidananda. First, it was just the Satchidananda, nothing else. I was conscious, I was alive, and I know I was alive, and I was just enjoying that I am alive. I exist. Suddenly, in a very vague way, one small light, please understand I am explaining frame by frame what happened during my birth. During my birth, frame by frame what happened, I am explaining for biography. Later on I will explain every frame. The first frame was a light in somewhere around South India, southern India. But I do not know at that moment it was Arunachala or something like that. Just somewhere around southern India. That was the first slide, first scene. The next scene, like a star, shooting star, I was just pulled by that light. The second scene was like a shooting star, I entered into that light. The third scene in my consciousness was the Arunachala. By now I know I have already taken the body. I have already taken the body. I am inside the body. It was around 11:45, January 1st, 1978. Then it took around 40 to 45 minutes for me to settle into the body and come out. So according to doctors, the time is something like a 12:30. But according to me, 11:45. 11:45 of January 1st. That was the time first the Arunachala appeared in the consciousness, in the inner space. And the moment I saw the Arunachala in the inner space, I know the body is I have assumed the body, or I have entered into the body. It was such an auspicious energy. Whenever a master lands on the planet Earth, a clairvoyance happens. Like how they say now the holes in the ozone layer, something like that. The conscious layer is drilled for a enlightened being to land. I can describe this scene like whenever a clairvoyance lands on the planet Earth, whole planet Earth celebrates. The whole existence celebrates. That is what they describe metaphysically. All the gods and goddesses land and celebrated the Krishna's birth. That is what they mean when they say these great masters, when they took birth, all the gods and goddesses showered flowers, they landed and celebrate. This is what they mean. Means such an auspicious energy happens on the planet Earth. The whole existence celebrates. The whole existence celebrates. Somehow in my case, not only gods and goddesses, people all over the world were celebrating because it was a new year. It was a new year. All over the world were celebrating already. Not only the gods and goddesses. Because such an auspicious energy lands on the planet Earth. It's impossible to describe. Because whenever a clairvoyance happens on the planet Earth, using that same hole, same opening, you can also escape. The possibility for beings to get enlightened, see the same door only. Whether to come here or from here to go there, same door only. When the door opens, you can sneak in or sneak out. There is a possibility you can take a jump. That is why we use all the birthdays or the Jayanti days. We call it as Jayanti, not birth. Please understand, whenever we mention the birthday of an enlightened master, we don't call that as a birth date. Jayanti. Jayanti means they visited, they came. Not taking birth, they came. That is why we call Jayanti means in Sanskrit literally going. Going. That is the word means. Because the masters visit the planet. It's called Jayanti. We use the masters' Jayantis to meditate. Because the clairvoyance creates a possibility for you to take a quantum jump. You can also escape using that same zone and space.
Yes. I always feel, just from my personal experience, how His Divine Holiness has described the conscious birth, has described how birth happens. It is something that is so unfamiliar to each and every one of us because, of course, we don't remember our own births. But it tells us about the great difference between an enlightened incarnation and human beings. In fact, in many other previous satsangs and in Akashic reading, where His Divine Holiness has read the very truths, the revelations on birth itself, he describes how when you and I, humans, are experiencing birth, we are undergoing a very painful process. That is why because of that pain, because of that pain, of course, it's not real. It is a perception that we carry, that we are being separated from the cosmic consciousness. That huge separation that starts from birth itself, that is what happens, that literally blocks out our entire memory of that happening, of the whole birthing process. That's why we do not remember any of it, because it's such a crude, raw experience for us, which is so painful. In fact, any of our rude sufferings will be exaggerated, will be even rooted in the separation process which happens at birth. And if you want to even understand about birth, about how our birth is different from an incarnation's birth, you will also understand deeper and deeper truths about how incarnations happen. What is really the difference between human beings and between incarnations? He goes even to the extent of revealing the divine truth that there is actually no such thing as birth. The truth is that consciousness itself is expanding in various many forms, in various many ways. But when we come to the individual perception, we then understand, each and every one of us understands or has that extremely painful perception upon birth, that it is a separation from the whole. But in contrast to the avatar, it is a divine celebration which happens. And for all of us to understand this, His Divine Holiness has gone to great lengths in order to explain conscious birth, in order to explain birth. This can also be revisited if you are interested in learning more about this descent and the Leela of descent. You can visit very different platforms where Swamiji is explaining about these concepts, about birth, about death. You can visit youtube.com/Nithyananda, and you will be able to visit the Kailasa's Nithyananda channel, YouTube channel, where Swamiji has gone in depth about these great concepts and about these happenings in the Avatar Leela. And of course, you can always visit autobiographyoftheavatar.org in order to learn more and see about the great happening of the Avatar. It is in this very place of Arunachala Hill, of Tiruvannamalai, where a great ambience was created. His Divine Holiness even revealed recently that in addition to the atmosphere which was already created by, of course, Paramashiva himself, creating this very kshetra, this very auspicious place, and energizing it with the energy of Supreme Consciousness itself, there is so many different more aspects about the happening of the Avatar. The very birth of His Divine Holiness, in addition to it happening as a conscious birth, it was predicted by great rishis, even in the palm leaf readings, thousands of years before. In fact, when one of the devotees of Swamiji had gone for their palm leaf reading by a great palm leaf reader from the Vaidishwara Kovil, this temple was very known for palm leaf readings. And the palm leaf readings are literally, to explain it, it is a document of the entire history itself. It records different individuals, past, present, and future. And it is made in order to liberate, in order to help each and every spiritual seeker in their path. And the palm leaf readings, these Nadi readings, have extreme significance and have been proven time and time again that they are entirely true. It's a great spiritual contribution from Sanatana Hindu Dharma to the world, showing that our great rishis had the science where they were telling the future. It is Agastya Muni himself who was the father of these Nadi readings and had a huge team amongst him and other rishis who had documented the past, present, and future, and they themselves had seen in the Akashic record what is going to happen in the future and written it down. So extensive are these readings that every person who goes, basically they get their thumbprint taken, and the reader comes back with a palm leaf, and in that palm leaf their entire narrative, their entire life will be told. And literally there has not even been one circumstance where it has been false. They'll literally tell you even how you came to this place, how you came to that reader's home or to that temple, and what is going to be the next future steps, and so forth. It is actually mind-boggling the way, the accuracy, the detailed accuracy of each and every one of these readings. And in fact, when one devotee had gone to a palm leaf reader's house, and this was a very professional palm leaf reader, he had gone and requested for his own palm leaf reading. In that, suddenly, the divine readings of Swamiji, of His Divine Holiness, were revealed to the entire world for the first time. The Nadi readings of the whole world were revealed for the first time. And in that, it says that Paramashiva has landed once again and is in the body of Swamiji. This is absolutely the truth, literally, of the very palm leaf readings, and you can also read these very palm leaf readings by going to autobiographyoftheavatar.org, and you can download glimpses of the Avatar Leela book and read these very palm leaf readings, which were discovered at this time when Sri Nitya Sadashiva Mayananda, a devotee of Swamiji, had gone to the palm leaf reader and he had gotten his readings done. And it is tradition also that whenever a great incarnations reading is read, the palm leaf reader must go to the Chidambaram temple and do a grand offering. And that palm leaf reader also went to the temple, to the Chidambaram Nataraja temple in Chidambaram, South India, and he had made this offering at that time, because it was told by Agastya Muni himself thousands of years back that it is such an auspicious revelation that he was reading, and he is truly blessed. The palm leaf reader was truly blessed. So, and not only this, there were many, even astrologers. The family astrologer of His Divine Holiness's family was also predicting that the son of Ma Lokanayaki, the mother of Swamiji, would be a king of sannyasis, and that he would be a great enlightened being. All of these signs were there before the birth of Swamiji, and what's more, a great team of enlightened beings had planned and settled down and dedicated their entire lives in order to make the ambience happen for Paramashiva to manifest on planet Earth. These great enlightened beings were Yogananda Puri, Mata Vibhudananda Puri, Isakki Swamigal, Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, Annamale Swamigal. All of these people, all of these great enlightened beings, knew it was their own purpose in their life that they had to get ready. They had to create the ambience, act in the great Avatar Leela, the great life story of Bhagavan as the Guru, and raise the incarnation of Paramashiva himself. His Divine Holiness has, with so much of gratitude, paid respects and reverence to his own gurus, giving example to how we, disciples of Swamiji, should understand and should revere our own guru, should revere Guru Sampradaya and the Guru Shishya Sampradaya, the Guru-disciple relationship. In fact, there are so many different gurus. He has said that there's hundreds of gurus who had happened in planet Earth, in that very town of Arunachala. And he had made an influence in his life. First, let us understand from Swamiji the influence and the life of Isaki Swamigal, one of the gurus and great spiritual influences for Swamiji.
There was a time in 70s in Tiruvannamalai, 70 and 80, late 70s and beginning of 80s, the whole 200-300 kilometers, the whole district, all hospitals were shut down. Anybody, any problem, they will go to him. He will not give some big medicines. He will just take the mud from the Arunachala and put it in the mouth, sometime in the nose, sometime in the head, and tell them it will become all right. Go around the hill 2 times, 3 times. It will become all right. This has become too much. And the stories say that he made a human garland on Arunachala. Means the people who started going around the hill because of his instruction were made like a human garland on Arunachala. The local villages are saying for full 3 years, day in and day out, he put a human garland for Arunachala. Garland made of Arunachala, Naramalai, he calls it. Garland made out of Arunachala. Garland made out of human beings for Arunachala. Because whole day he will sit and heal people. They were shocked. What is this? Their whole hospital is empty. Not only this guy goes on healing, he will give all simple things. Some leaf he will give, some mud he will give. All kinds of what he gives and how it gets healed, nobody knows. Not only is healing, he is inspiring people to stand on Hinduism. Too much. Those fellows created a conspiracy and they arranged a patient to come to him and he gave some vibhuti and they killed that patient and created the rumor. Because of his vibhuti, the patient died
and made a police case and stopped literally he giving vibhuti or any herbs, leaves, which is completely illegal. But of course, money can do anything. And then he stopped giving medicine. The funny thing, even then they are not able to completely stop him. He stopped giving medicine or mud and stopped talking. He will just sit, people will come and ask him about problems. He will have a slate, in that he will say 4, means 4 days go around the hill, it will become alright. He continued to heal in this way. Even after the huge scandal, he continued to heal this way. Then after some time, he saw the pressure, the abusal from this missionary hospital and their place was getting too much, the harassment, continuous harassment was getting too much. So he stopped and started relaxing. Of course, till the end he was continuing to heal and teach people. But unfortunately, these guys are not able to transmit that great science as a science and technology. Before they were able to do, they have been persecuted. I am not going to let that happen.
So, as we heard from Swamiji, Isakya Swamigal is one of the most revered saints in Tiruvannamalai, and still today, if you go to Tiruvannamalai, though he had left the body or had attained final samadhi many years before, he still talked about revered, and a picture of him will be in so many different shops and households, and he will be revered and worshipped still today and remembered for the contribution that he gave. Isakya Swamigal, as you are seeing, he is there on the left-hand side, and he is one of the predecessor of Swamiji in the great Arunachala Sampradaya. He was one of the most influential gurus that His Divine Holiness had when he was growing up at a very young age. It was these three. Of course, there are many that he continuously talks about today, Swamiji, but it was Isakya Swamigal, Mata Vibhudanandapuri, and Yoganandapuri who Swamiji had now continuously talks about. And even his mother, the biological mother of Swamiji, was worshipping and revered Isakya Swamigal even when she was pregnant with the small baby, the young avatar in her womb. Isakya Swamigal had played a huge role in the happening of the avatar happening on planet Earth, and also creating that ambience for enlightened, for the very energy, for the supreme consciousness to manifest through the body of His Divine Holiness. So we also have another guru, Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. He was another guru who, even though he was originally from Varanasi, from North India, he had traveled down to Tiruvannamalai, to the town of Arunachala, in order to first attain enlightenment, and after that he started a huge mission. And the Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, he has a ashram there in Tiruvannamalai, and a place where still his devotees and his teachings are there. he had contributed so much and was such a huge fundamental part of Swamiji's life. He was one of the most sweetest, intimate relationships that His Divine Holiness had with Guru, other than, of course, Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself, the embodiment of Paramashiva, whom Swamiji manifested at the age of 9. Yogi Ram Surat Kumar also understood that His Divine Holiness, even at the age of just 6 years old, that he was meant for a great mission, and he was super consciousness itself manifested. It was actually Swamiji had once told in a satsang that in one of these occasions where His Divine Holiness was sitting with Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, Yogi Ram Surat Kumar had tolerance for all of Swamiji's questions. At a very young age, the young avatar Swamiji was in the habit of asking all kinds of questions. He would ask, have you attained enlightenment? How is the way to attain enlightenment? Who are all the gurus who have attained enlightenment? And in this subject, all sorts of various subjects, all sorts of various aspects, everything he would ask questions. What is birth? What is death? Is there ghosts? Are there any supernatural life on planet Earth? How to talk to supernatural life? How to completely avoid supernatural life? All these were the kinds of questions that His Divine Holiness had. As you can imagine, such a bright and bubbling energy, super consciousness itself, would be unable to contain within one small 6-year-old body. So his energy was just through the roof. So His Divine Holiness once recalled that he had spoken to Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, and he had just said, I'm sure all my questions are too much for you. I'm very sorry for that. And he just told that to Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. But Yogi Ram Surat Kumar just laughed and said, don't worry, my father himself will come down to teach you. And it was such a spiritual happening that within a few days after that, Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself manifested, and thus began a huge leela of guru-disciple relationship between the embodiment of Paramashiva himself and Swamiji. Yogi Ram Surat Kumar has so many different instances, so many different small stories in the life of Swamiji that is always so beautiful to hear, and they're always kind of a little bit more juicy than any other story, because Yogi Ram Surat Kumar was just that personality where he was so sweet and so intimate at the same time. He was so peculiar that he would do anything in order to liberate somebody or cut off some pattern from that person. So that was the kind of range of stories that was there with Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. Now let us understand from Swamiji himself about this guru, Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, and his relationship with Swamiji, and one of the most beautiful incidents that happened with Yogi Ram Surat Kumar.
Blessed are those who are directly asked to do the things which are not dharma, as per your understanding, by Guru. I am telling you, if your Guru says, do something which is not dharma as per you, and you do it, you are blessed. You are blessed. I still repent for not smoking when Yogi Ram Surat Kumar gave me the bidi. I still repent. But I missed it. I missed the chance. Now how many times I smoke, nothing can happen. That won't liberate me. Anyhow, I struggled myself. I can say, if I would have picked up the bidi from his hand that day and smoked, I can say at least I would have reduced 2 years of my struggle in my journey. 2 years struggle could have been sorted out in 2 seconds. I am very clear. I still repent for not picking up the bidi from Ram Surat Kumar when he gave. Maybe many of you may not know that incident. Let me describe. I am brought up from a very orthodox family. My grandfather, oh God, is a great inspiration for me, but highly orthodox. The extreme funny level of orthodoxy, you can't even talk about non-veg or alcohol or cigarette, bidi in the house. Forget about, you can't even talk. Forget about having, you can't even talk. Even in the TV, some scenes coming, if some scenes come as if smoking, you will switch off the TV. And I was brought up by him. One day I was sitting in the Tiruvannamalai burial ground, Smashana, cremation ground, with Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. Usually he sits there in the night time. Whenever I ask him, why do you sit here? He says, this is a calm place. Only dead people will not disturb us. He will be happily sitting. I went and sat. I used to enjoy his company. He's a chain smoker. I don't know what happened. One day, suddenly he picked up the bidi from his mouth and stretched to me. My love for him and my parental conditioning, both were having war, literally. It is like Krishna got down from the chariot and picked up the wheel as a Sudarshana Chakra to kill Bhishma. Krishna is Guru, Bhishma is parental conditioning. Krishna picked up the Sudarshana Chakra. Come on, it is time. Unless I get down, the parental conditioning will not die. He is rolling. But Krishna has promised he will not take any weapon and fight in the war. Guru always promises he will not directly kill parental condition. I can see exactly Krishna standing there instead of the chariot wheel with bidi. And my Bhishma is struggling. And I neither moved my body front nor said no. Saying no too much, but moving the body and picking up too much. What to do? I was just frozen. But the bidi is burning. Time is running. Time is running. See, not deciding is deciding not to decide. I was not deciding, but naturally it means deciding not to decide. Then the fire went and touched Ram Surat Kumar's finger. He just dropped the bidi. When the fire came near his finger, he dropped the bidi. He just caught my ears, both ears. But fortunately I had such a deep surrender to him, and he was able to force me, and I am blessed he forced me. But still I missed for me not taking the decision voluntarily. He just caught my ears and blew the smoke from his mouth on my face. I don't know what happened. For 3 days, whatever was happening around me was soundless movie. In those days, the movies used to come, no sound, no volume, just the scenes will go. Same way, soundless movie. Everything happening around me without background noise. I am seeing vehicles moving. I can see temple aarti is happening, but no bell sound. Everything was such peace. But even then, of course, after that, never I smoked, not even once. But I repent for not picking up when he gave, when he stretched his hand. Gladly jump beyond dharma when Master asks you, that is the best thing you will do for yourself and for your enlightenment. I can say only to ask you to do something which is not dharma as per you, Master happens in your life.
This beautiful incident that His Divine Holiness had narrated is with the great Guru from his life, Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. And as His Divine Holiness himself said, that he had such a great influence on Swamiji, and it was due to him, due to the influence that he had, that so much of teaching, so much of superconscious energy can be manifested through Swamiji today. As disciples, for all of us, it is truly important that we ourselves pay our gratitude, our respects to all of these people for holding that ambiance and being there when in the divine life of Swamiji himself, as he was a young avatar. Also, in the life of Swamiji, another example of the gurus whom he had is Ramana Maharshi. Now, even though Ramana Maharshi was a predecessor, was not in the physical form when His Divine Holiness was on planet Earth, had descended, even though he was still not there, he still had such a huge influence on Swamiji. And of course, Swamiji was a great disciple, was one of the disciples, direct disciples of Ramana Maharshi, who is Annamlai Swamigal, was the guru of Swamiji. So through Annamlai Swamigal, and also through his own very deep and personal connection, he was deeply connected to the guru Ramana Maharshi, whom you are seeing now. Ramana Maharshi was a great enlightened being who has initiated thousands, millions if not, into the enlightenment science, and he has contributed so much in the modern day for the spiritual awakening. For many of us, if we have experienced, if we have gotten to know about Swamiji, and if we had spiritual background or anything like that before, it is due to Ramana Maharshi. So let's watch now a video where Swamiji is describing about Ramana Maharshi.
If you have enough guts to live, the identity which is changing every day, knowing this whole thing is meaningless, you develop a powerful energy which makes you as a high achiever. I tell you, anybody who is lying down in the couch says he is an enlightened, never believe. Ramana Maharshi was never lying down in the couch. All his photographs are taken when he was lying down in the couch. That does not mean whole life he was lying down in the couch. No. He used to cook and grind flour using those days traditional stone grinding machine. In those days, Indian villages, there used to be a grinding machine. Women used to grind rice and everything. Now that grinding machine has taken two incarnations. One, the grinder, automatic electric grinder, another one, the belly. Because this is stopped, this has grown. No, in those days they used to do all this, then this was not growing. Now this is done by some electrical machinery and this grinder grows. Ramana Maharshi used to grind rice every day. Once the Tapasyananda Swami, a Mahapurusha from Ramakrishna Mission, he was the vice president of Ramakrishna Mission, he translated Bhagavatam, amazing English translation, Mahapurusha. He goes to see Ramana Maharshi. He asked somebody, where is Bhagavan? They said, go to the kitchen, he will be there. He entered the kitchen, he saw some 10 men are doing some work, washing the vessel, cooking. One was grinding, another one was cutting vegetable. He couldn't understand, or he can't identify who is Ramana Maharshi. He went to the man who was grinding and asked, who is Ramana Maharshi? Exactly, he is Bhagavan. Then Bhagavan looked this side and that side and showed one big brass vessel, anda, saying that Ramana. He showed the finger and said Ramana. Tapasyanji could not understand. He looked and said, this is Ramana. Bhagavan said, at least on that name Ramana is written, so that can be considered as it will be more Ramana than this body. Because in that vessel, Ramanasham name is written. He said, if you give the title Ramana to that vessel, that will be more apt than giving the title Ramana to this body, because it is not written on this body. Then immediately Tapasyanji understood he is Ramana Maharshi and fell at the feet. Ramana Maharshi was never a couch potato, understand. A man who was merged in existence, experienced existence, can never be a couch potato. He will be naturally a high achiever, maybe in different dimensions. Being a high achiever is one of the important, uncoverable quality of enlightened being.
Swamiji has even described Ramana Maharshi as, even to the extent of being his first love. Meaning, just like how you and I, maybe perhaps when we were very young, we had a celebrity crush, or we had somebody whom we called our first love. Just like that, amongst all of his gurus, he called Ramana Maharshi his first love. It was Ramana Maharshi who has written so many different divine songs on Arunachala, and he has expressed in so many different ways the greatest teachings. And of course, after that, Annamalai Swamigal was one of his direct disciples who had personally taught Swamiji. And as we saw in the previous segment on Nithyananda Purnima, it was Annamalai Swamigal who gave that very technique about finding the source which His Divine Holiness at the age of 12 years old had used in order to ultimately find out, ultimately realize and have that great spiritual experience. In the last, I think I can say 20 minutes, we have been introduced to just a very small portion of the Guru's in His Divine Holiness's life. And of course, on top of this, there's also Yogananda Puri, who was the yoga guru of His Divine Holiness, who had taught and of course himself was a master of yoga, and then he had taught and trained His Divine Holiness in yoga, in the physical yoga, by either doing endless amount of Surya Namaskars, by climbing pillars, in so many different ways. He had imparted the great wisdom and practice of yoga to His Divine Holiness, and also he himself was a great power manifester. These gurus in His Divine Holiness's life, either Mata Vibhudananda Puri, Yogananda Puri, and Isakki Swamigal, were the ones who had literally exemplified and shown His Divine Holiness for the first time how to harness the great super consciousness energy which is inside of him and manifest different powers. And as he describes it, he had so many different initiations. For all of us today, His Divine Holiness is initiating us every single day with the Paramashivam program. And he is helping us every single day through the power manifestation sessions during the Paramashivam program, as well as the Kailash courtyard sessions during the Paramashivam program. Each of these different ways in order for us to manifest Shaktis more and more. And these Shaktis are extremely unique ways Swamiji is reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The powers of Paramashiva are each extremely powerful ways that we are able to radiate superconsciousness and express superconsciousness. As His Divine Holiness himself had expressed upon starting the Paramashivam program, that it was from 2000 to 2010 that he started teaching through unclutching and Nirvikalpa Samadhi the state of Paramashiva. Then from 2010 to 2015, he taught through the four tattvas and the science of completion the space of Paramashiva. Then from 2015 to 2019, he taught and initiated all of us into the powers of Paramashiva. Now, through the Paramashivoham program, he is initiating all of us into the being of Paramashiva in order to manifest the very being of Paramashiva. Like this, he has taken us step by step by step. And powers, these different Shaktis of Paramashiva, are extremely fundamental in our own journey, in us manifesting oneness with Paramashiva. Why should you manifest Shaktis? Why should you really understand and really sit down for 16 days, 16 hours a day in order to manifest these Shaktis? Let's understand from Swamiji himself about why manifesting Shaktis really truly helps us, as he narrates an incident and narrates an example from his own life.
Understand, every power applied again and again will remove insecurity and fear from your life, and much more contact between you and life. Understand? The contact between you and life is almost only the needle level. One needle level, life is somewhere touching you. When that is also going down, you become depressed. No, really. The contact between you and life, the contact area will expand more and more when more and more powers start expressing in you. Now actually, the practical application is one side. By more and more of practical application,
the area of contact between you and life will start increasing. Means your cognition about you will start increasing. I tell you, when I was given all these powers by my gurus, oh, I got it too quickly and too easily, to tell you honestly. At least with my kids, I am busy with the Sangha organization, so only once in a while when I find time, I go there and initiate them, train them. But for me, both gurus have no other work other than me. So whole day I am there for them, they are there for me. And two, shift. Actually here for thousands I am the only guru, there for one person, two guru. Then imagine. Constantly, they went on initiating me. When so much power was given, initially, I started applying it in my life here, there. Sometimes playfully, sometimes making some mess. But within few times of applying these powers, suddenly all the insecurity, fear about life, everything is just melted down. The contact between me and life has become more. Understand? When the contact between you and life is only needle size, you are called tip-pressed. That is why tip-pressed. When it becomes like a dip level, it's called depressed. When that contact between you and life starts expanding, you will feel more and more homely with the life. Insecurity will start melting down. More and more connecting with the life, respectful to life. Actually, many masters just lived in the huts, in the banks of Ganga or in some cave and all that, because of the power, the level of the secure feeling they had, the kind of a strength they had, the kind of a contact they had with the life. When the contact between you and the life becomes complete, your skin surface level, you become enlightened. When it is like this, it's called depression level. When it is this much, it's called depression level. When it expands, when every power starts manifesting in you, when every power starts manifesting in you, the contact between you and life, the relationship between you and life, the love you have for life. When I say life here, I mean Sadashiva. I mean your Guru. Because Guru is the door through which you see Sadashiva. Your connection with life, your connection with Sadashiva, your trust with life drastically increases.
Paramashivam.
As His Divine Holiness gave us the example from his own life, that we understand now why we are actually sitting daily, sitting hour by hour in the power manifestation sessions. And as His Divine Holiness explained, in his own life, he has understood and experienced the breakthrough. The possibility which he exemplifies to all of us is experienced just through this power manifestation. Yogananda Puri was so memorable for his power manifestation. Every single person who has seen him, has met him, knows the divine miracles that he has conducted in his life, and he has literally just played with life. How he has control over his own body, or how he might have a control over a toy. That is how he literally has played with the whole life. That is the knowledge which has aged from 60,000 years back, had finally been imparted once again, and now is what is Swamiji is reviving for all of us. For us to experience, to have the best experiences from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, he is giving us that experience with the revival of power manifestation. And each one of us having the opportunity to be able to manifest Shaktis really should not be taken for granted. So many of you may be wondering why we are spending so much time, why an entire program is dedicated towards power manifestation. More than anything before, more powerful than anything before, power manifestation can truly get us that superconscious breakthrough that we want right now. And if there is anything in our life that we truly should manifest at this time, where the global environment is in a state that it is today, it is this superconscious breakthrough. We should manifest this superconscious breakthrough for ourselves. So to all of the viewers who are watching right now, and for on Kailasa TV, Nithyananda TV, on our public platforms, you may be wondering right now, what is this Paramashivam Level 2 program? You can register and find out more about Paramashivam Level 2 at paramashivam.org, and the link is below, and you can for yourself experience the miracles and the blissful state, the oneness with Paramashiva himself for yourself. We may be facing so many different things on the outside, we may be facing so many different hardships, but it is come time that we each give ourselves a breakthrough. His Divine Holiness has created Sri Kailasa in order for us to have this breakthrough. And it cannot be understated how much the environment is so important for enlightenment. It is the very environment of Tiruvannamalai, of Arunachala itself, that attracted the great incarnation of Paramashiva on planet Earth once again. And just like that, His Divine Holiness is recreating each and every one of those ecosystems across the world in Sri Kailasas across the world. There are so many different adinams today, different temples today across the world because of His Divine Holiness's great revival of Sri Kailasa. And of course, this started as he himself grew up in one of the best ecosystems, enlightenment ecosystems created in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. He himself grew up and experienced that, and for that reason, His Divine Holiness is recreating that very environment for all of us today in Sri Kailasa. Now, from His Divine Holiness himself, let us understand about the ecosystem of Arunachala that he created in order to experience oneness, and how manifesting Shaktis, this was the very ambience that he grew up in and that he is creating in Sri Kailasa.
Understand, every time you break a pattern, you get extraordinary powers. In this case, about this eating disorder pattern, if you break your eating disorder pattern, not only you will be free from that pattern, you will have powers to manipulate your body and mind as you want. If you have done at least one Samyama, then you will know how you can manipulate your body. You can just play with it. You can play with it. All the stupid theories of acidity, diabetes, tiredness associated to food are true as long as you associate them, not otherwise. I was reading in the Facebook, somebody wrote, one of the biggest prison human beings suffer is what others think about themselves. I tell you, no, there is bigger prison, what you think about you. What you think about you is the bigger prison than what others think about you. What others think about you is able to give you suffering because what you think about you gets altered based on what others think about you. If what you think about you stays stably, so what others think about you will never be a prison for you. Because what you think about you is so lucid and lucid. What others think about you becomes a prominent prison. Be very clear. If what others think about you is a prison in which you are stuck, what you think about you is the cell inside the prison where you are stuck. It is much more suffocating. Much more suffocating. What others think about you, if you think that is a prison, what you think about you is a cell inside the prison where you are locked. Please understand. What others think about you impacts only your external life. What you think about you impacts directly your body, your mind. Anybody who has done one Samyama can just play with their so-called diabetes, so-called gastric or acidity, all problem related to hunger. They can cause miracles. I tell you, most of the concepts the so-called modern medicine is teaching, and what a foolish thing. See, all the ancient systems of living healthy life just by handling your food properly, herbs, leaves, the natural things, is called alternative medicine. What a naming, you see. And swallowing these pills and chemicals and putting you in more and more trouble is called mainstream medicine. Most of our concepts about body and health, I should classify them under a title called stupidopathy. No, really, most of our concepts about health, diet, medicine, medical care, we trust metal more than currency because for ages we have been a metal civilization, not currency civilization. Understand, currency was pushed upon us, on us very recently. Those days, even currency had a value because of the metal in which the currency is made. Currency itself independently did not have a value. The gold with which the coin is made, that gold had a value, not the declaration by the king or the administrator that this is this much valuable. Understand? Trusting only Vaishyas for wealth was our civilization. Now our money is by Kshatriyas, politicians, administrators. Please understand. That is why I am saying your money is not money. Because the person who is going to transact that community, what they value only can be valuable in society. See, when there is a crisis, what is going to get you your food? That is decided only by only by Vaishyas, not by Kshatriyas. But it is unfortunate, the whole lot of confusion. Somebody has put the comment in the Facebook. Why in India they didn't build hospitals, schools? How do you call them as evolved civilization? In every village, largest building of that village is the common utility building, where we had school, hospital, cinema theatre, art gallery, life science teaching place, and ultimately teaching enlightenment. The place we call it as temple. Understand, we call that as a temple. All. It is not just a mall, it is all. Everything about life is done there. Whether storing the grain, teaching principles, or medical care, everything is done there. And moreover, our lifestyle was such, we did not need so much of hospitalization. From the beginning, we were taking care of ourselves. And an important thing, very important thing, when time comes, we were gracefully able to leave. Say bye-bye, because we know we will come back. We were not that poor. Psychologically or consciously, we were holding on to one body. See, when you want to hold on to that one body only, you need so much of medical care. We just know when we need, we will make the body recover. When it is time, body is too damaged, Come on, drop it, pick up another one. I tell you, till the science about the life, the true science about the life is taught to humanity, humanity is not going to get out of this addiction to medicines. That is why I am insisting. Why do they call it alternative medicine when it is the original medicine that humans have been using for thousands of years? Chemical medications were discovered about 100 years ago, or maybe 200 years. That's all. Brutally destroying the zonal food practices, brutally destroying the regional dressing practices, brutally destroying the regional medical practices, brutally destroying the regional religious practices, by brutally destroying the regional education practices, by brutally destroying the regional physical, mental, conscious belief patterns. We are the last generation who had traditional regional belief faith parents. Please understand, we are the last generation who had parents, had the best Vedic traditional understanding about body, mind and consciousness. Over. Finished. I know the kind of a faith about his own body and mind and consciousness my grandfather used to have. My grandmother's mother, I have seen her. I have seen my grandmother's mother. Just the vibhuti, the sacred ash from temple, was the medicine for her till the death. My grandfather, he died after 90s. In his whole life he got hospitalized only twice. Only twice. Such hard-working man. The kind of a faith he had about his own body, the kind of a, it is a mechanism, please understand, it's actually a mechanism. What you cognize about your body, your mind, it's a mechanism. Whatever you cognize becomes reality. And I have seen the faith he had about himself. I am so thankful to him because he took care that the idea of sickness never settles inside my system. By seeing him and living around him, health became my basic cognition. Of course, my Guru Raghupati Yogi is extraordinary. Forget about him. He is totally a body of miracles. He is just bunch of miracles, that's all. Anything he does will be miracle. He will just sip the cold water through the nose and spit that water through mouth, and it will be boiling water. I have seen the kind of a play he will do. And he will sip the hot coffee through the mouth and just start releasing that through the nose. By the time it reaches the ground, it will become ice bar. Please understand, ice cube. Means he can play anything with his body. He can make his body as the hot boiler or the freezer. I've seen with my own eyes he cooking just by touching the pot. The mud pot, he will put the water, rice, and just touch it. In 2-3 minutes the rice is ready. He will tell, come on, eat. The kind of a heat he can generate through his body, or a cold he can generate through his body. His body was a boiler, freezer, all put together. Early morning when he wakes me up and takes me to temple to teach yoga, during this Margazhi months the water will be very cold. I have seen him doing this multiple times. He will just point the area where I am taking bath, that area will be warm, sometimes even hot water. In the temple tank, he will just put his finger and say, come on, take bath. It will be warm water or hot water. Never I felt the cold. That is totally different level. I am talking normal, so-called your plane, my grandfather. The kind of a faith he had about his body. We are the last generation who have seen those kind of people. See, our ancient body, mind, conscious mechanism, ideas, concepts were told to us by our old mother, old grandmother, grandfather, in a very colloquial way, in casual evenings or night stories. Hey, if you are feeling feverish, apply vibhuti from Shiva temple, it will become alright, don't worry. But the modern ideas are being told to you in the high light and high sound, literally breaking your nerves. Understand? I always tell you, whatever I do, you should not do, because what I am doing, I am making myself to settle down. Whenever I find I am not able to sit and do the administration work, I will switch on the TV. I will never watch that stupid box. That one thing God saved me. I never have interest on it. But that light and sound keeps me settled on the ground. But you are already in the where more you will go down. Anyhow, this time when I went to Tiruvannamalai, I spent a lot of time with all the sannyasis who were with me and explaining the stories of each and every stone and pillar. Suddenly I realized, just 30 years before, I had at least 50 people, ideal, great, enlightened beings in Tiruvannamalai. Thinnai Swami, Sakku Swami, Sorakka Swami, Narayana Swami, Mauna Swami, Annamalai Swamigal, Raghupati Yogi, Kuppammal, just 30 years before. I had at least 50 beings who were visibly radiating the power of that Shivoham experience. See, in my case, if you come to a program and see your Kundalini gets awakened, see hundreds of people's Kundalini getting awakened, healing happens, then you feel, oh, I think this guy has power, I think he has enlightenment. You come to a conclusion only indirect way. But I have seen the masters who are so visibly, directly, shamelessly declaring the power of Mahadeva. That's the right word I'll use. Shamelessly declaring the power of Mahadeva. I have seen on Swami Suraka, he was called Suraka Swami locally. Suraka means bottle gourd. Why, because in front of him on half bottle gourd, that shell will be there, in which people will put food. Whenever he feels like he will eat, and otherwise he won't. And next person who wants to offer food to him, he will empty that bottle gourd and clean it and put the fresh food and keep it and go. He had some 25-30 dogs, his friends. Throughout his life, he lived in 3 feet by 3 feet small structure. Please understand, I have never seen him moving. I even doubt his bones all got frozen. I know he is alive because he used to talk to people sometime. And he will smile sometime. His hands will move. Because of that, I know he is alive. No 1, 2, 3. No 1, 2, 3. Because the birds have started sitting on his head and eating from his hair. Some of his disciples have followers have made a small stone pillared hall. You can't say hall and all, just 4 pillars around his body and 2 stone on the top. If you see that structure, you will understand. It's only 3 feet by 3 feet. His whole life he sat. Sometimes his sitting posture will be different. That is why we can even presume that he is still alive. Never seen him doing 1, 2, 3 or taking bath, moving out. But the kind of a space he will radiate and the way he will be sitting, it was so visibly declaring the powers of yogic tradition. Like this, I have seen at least 50 people through extraordinary lifestyle amazingly declaring the yogic powers. Living the powers of Mahadeva, radiating the powers of Mahadeva. I feel, I don't want to say anything about Arunachala because Mahadeva never tolerates. When Madurai was burnt, he kept quiet. Even Meenakshi did not bother. But when one saint was even about to curse Tiruvannamalai, Mahadeva just came and held the neck. Hey, my city, you can't do anything. You should not do anything. So I don't want to tell anything about Tiruvannamalai. I feel this generation looks so poor without that 50 of them. Without that 50 of them, this generation looks so poor. I told Mahadeva, it's now my responsibility to put again at least few hundred people as a garland to you who are in the same state of those 50. I'll do it. I'll do it. Just like how we get wooden pillars from the old houses and refurbish and give it back to society, I'll get the old souls from Kailasa, refurbish them with a modern language and knowledge to reach out to the world, humanity, and give it to humanity. No, I really felt without that 50 people, humanity is so poor. It doesn't know the possibilities. It doesn't have any more living examples. By living as an example the things Ram Sarat Kumar used to teach, the Suraka Swami, Mauna Swami, Annamala Swami, Thinnai Swami, Sadhu Om, Kuppammal, Isaki Swami, Raghupati Yogi, all of them just 30 years before. I am not even talking about Ramana Maharshi's generation. Humanity has become so poor without them. Because now none of you even have one single living example to see and learn. To see and learn.
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda.
Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvanyanottara. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It's too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I will make you all feel you are in 16, not just physically, even mentally. You will all be romancing with the whole universe. No frustration, nothing, no corona, no depression, no bothering about economy, no sudu, no soranai, nothing. Next 16 days, no fantasy, only visualization, no delusion, only consciousness. Whatever you think as
So now we heard from His Divine Holiness himself the commitment that he gave in order to revive that very enlightenment ecosystem which is there on planet Earth. And he is doing that actively today with the Paramashivoham Level 2 program, reviving that enlightenment ecosystem which was once there and which had thrived, which was literally a living civilization. And so many enlightened beings were there as living examples for all of us. During the video that we had just watched of His Divine Holiness, he had named so many different enlightened beings: Ramana Maharshi, Sadhu Om, Vibhudananda Puri, Yogananda Puri, Yogiram Surat Kumar, Isaki Swamigal, and so many different enlightened beings who had been there and exemplified power manifestation, exemplified the possibility for humankind, how we can transcend beyond our daily frustrations, anger, violence inside of us, and achieve a higher goal, a higher possibility for all of us. And the sad thing is that humanity had gone to a point where there was no more living examples at such a level and number that they were in at one point. It is no longer alive, is no longer there today, where so many living examples were in one spot, radiating and manifesting the oneness with Paramashiva. That is the very space of Arunachala, and it is through the revival of Sri Kailasa that Swamiji is reviving the entire ecosystem once again, so that, as he had said so beautifully, so that we can offer in gratitude to Paramashiva for being there with us, for providing his presence to us time and time again. One of the great incarnations, one of the great enlightened beings as well, is also Ramana Maharshi. And recently, just before this video, we had seen a brief story on Ramana Maharshi. Let us understand again Swamiji's own perspective, his own devotion for Ramana Maharshi.
Just yesterday, I was reading some of the reminiscences about Ramana Maharshi. What a disciplined life he lived, oh God, being a Bhagavan, Lord himself landing on the human frame. What a disciplined life. Even his walking every day, that was his exercise. So much of discipline. At least 1 hour morning, 1 hour evening, he will not miss walking in the uphill. When I read the reminiscences, morning, when he comes out of samadhi, brushing, taking bath, preparing himself to sit for darshan and blessing the devotees, going for a walk, then having very little food, then coming back, again is darshan, then going for a walk, evening, darshan, the chanting and grazing and resting, everything was so disciplined, so regular. Whoever comes, even if the king or queen, those days even kings and queens used to come and have his darshan, he will not miss his walk. Even if the king or queen comes, they have to sit and wait. And he will not miss his time with his monkeys and pet animals. Even if the VIPs come, they have to sit and wait. He will tell them, no, this is the time for animals. Every day, he used to spend at least an hour or two. He had lot of pets, monkeys, peacocks, snakes, cheetah, rabbit, all sorts of animals. I can understand. Those days Arunachala would have been so rich. When I remember him and his life, I can never stop my overflowing emotions and devotion. I can say you may love any number of people in your life, you may marry any time in your life, you may do whatever you want, but your first love, the boy or girl who caught your heart or attention in your childhood, stays in your heart forever, even after that person changes his form or quality. Same way, my first love is Ramana Maharshi. How many masters would have entered my life? How many people would have impressed me? How many people would have given me experiences, enlightenment, spirituality, different experiences? But Bhagavan still remains as my first love. Even after you grow, your priorities change, your preferences change, your taste changes. But even then, when you search for your life partner, you will see the imprint of your first love continues to remain and influences your search. Same way, Ramana Maharshi is my first love, and any number of masters I may connect with, worship, relate, have experience, darshan, read, but he remains, he continues to remain in me, influencing, inspiring. Any master I see, the qualities I search in them is the qualities of Ramana Maharshi. Only with that scale I measure or judge, understand whether he is a master or not. If I just live like him and die, I'll feel I'm fulfilled. What a discipline. What a life.
Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Till now, I manifested, revealed the signs of state of Paramashiva, face of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva. Now, direct process, directly from Paramashiva to manifest the being of Paramashiva, because the world is ready. Akash Bhairava is the God who makes all our beings ready for Paramashiva to manifest. It will be centered on Akash Bhairava and making Paramashiva manifest in all of us. The program will be Guru Dakshina based. It will be dependent on you. You can't put any monetary value for it. If 10,000 of us can sit together and manifest the being of Paramashiva, not only we will heal the coronavirus in the whole world, we will give a super conscious breakthrough to the world. Whatever I was talking after the great fast, I am going to make that all into reality. This will be the most life positive happening on planet Earth. All of you, make the decision to attend Paramashivam from simple integrity. My purpose is to make you attend sincerely, that's all. Till now,
Z Media has committed crimes against Hinduism in India and internationally, and furthermore incited countless atrocities such as mob lynching, assassinations against Hindus. Z5, owned by Z Media and Essel Group, recently released a trailer for the proposed web series with over-the-top media service entitled Godman. The proposed series is hate speech against Hindus and Hindu civilization. The Coimbatore district Andhanar Murpoku Kalagam Brahmins Association has complained to the Superintendent of Police to initiate action against the producer and director of the proposed online hate speech series Godman, for which a trailer was released by over-the-top media service and Z5. The trailer has clearly been made with the intent of hurting the sentiments of one section of the society and to discriminate against people on the basis of religion, the complaint says. Yogi Adityanath of Uttar Pradesh has announced the development of 800 kilometers of roads to be developed as a herbal belt, with medicinal and herbal trees along both sides of the road. The planting is also intended to provide raw material for medicines and will also help in curbing the erosion of land. World-renowned yogi Prahlad Jani, also known as Mataji, has left the body at the age of 90. He was well known after extensive and actually repeatedly abusive scientific observations and tests done on the yogi's expression of yogic powers. He had passed many decades without eating or drinking anything. Urine would accumulate and then dissipate from Mataji's bladder. He also had a fatty deposit inside the roof of his mouth he said was a source of energy. As a result of ancient yogic practices, he was able to get energy from the sun, the space around his body, and was even known to gain weight after taking bath. Mataji said he had been blessed many decades earlier by the touch of a deity on his tongue, after which he stopped eating and drinking. Even at this time of leaving the body, however, media shamelessly ridiculed his appearance and manifestation of the yogic powers, feared by anti-life gangs and anti-Hindu prostitutes in India. ISKCON has been abused in social media and during performances. Entertainer Surleen Kaur accused that Hindu saints had used Sanskrit to hide illegal activities, and she referred to ISKCON members as all porn people. An ISKCON spokesperson who shared the video illustrating the abuses had his account locked by Twitter. TikTok, a social media platform which has been plagued by hate speech against Hinduism, had its app rating improved drastically overnight, from a dismal 1.2 to 4.4 out of 5, as Google instantly deleted 7 million poor reviews of the platform.
Yes. Today we are analyzing, understanding for ourselves the enlightenment ecosystem that Swamiji has brought to us. Today, every single day, day in and day out, we're having initiations from Swamiji. We're experiencing the Kailash courtyard sessions. We are having so many breakthroughs with the Paramashivam program. So where has it all started? What is it that was the source of this, what we are experiencing today? The truth is that His Divine Holiness, Swamiji, is absolutely compassionate in that everything that he himself had been experienced, he himself had had during his own childhood as young avatar in Tiruvannamalai in the town of Arunachala, in the town around the sacred Arunachala hill, embodiment of Paramashiva himself. That is exactly what he is giving to us today. This great town, as we have heard today, is a ancient town, an ancient place, which is a spiritual pilgrimage site from centuries upon centuries ago, from our ancient scriptures. And today, as we also saw, it unfortunately is not at the peak that it was once, due to so many different Hindu Holocaust, an attack happening, a huge genocide which happened. The Hindu Holocaust had devastated so many different spiritual pilgrimage sites such as this, the Arunachaleshwara temple, and the town around had suffered so much because of the invasions that happened, not only physically and brutally, but also psychologically within Hindus themselves. It was this environment that His Divine Holiness had been brought up in, and he himself had saw the living examples of people who power manifested. Of course, he himself, as the supreme consciousness in physical form, he was able to manifest all of these powers. But of course, there was so many different living examples of the power manifestors, of power manifestation in the town of Arunachala, in the town of Tiruvannamalai. This great town was a spiritual hub. It was a place where thousands upon thousands of enlightened beings of incarnations had landed on planet Earth and conducted their mission, conducted a great advent in order to contribute to humanity for the next spiritual breakthrough. Now today, His Divine Holiness himself has happened in that very town for the whole world to experience, an incarnation unlike ever before. Among all of the gurus that His Divine Holiness has spoken about is Yogananda Puri. Yogananda Puri is truly a great enlightened being who had at one point lived in Burma. Before even the separation between Burma and India existed. He was a great Natha Sampradaya yogi. meaning that he was a part of a great ancient lineage of yogis, of great beings who had mastered the yogic sciences, mastered power manifestation, yoga, and they were strong manifestors of the Enlightenment science. From His Divine Holiness's experience himself, Yogananda Puri was the one who trained him and so many others in the yoga, in the science of yoga. And if you hear many of the witnesses, many of the people who were third eye witnesses in the life of the Avatar as Avatar was growing up, he had been so devoted, Swamiji had been literally so sincere, so devoted to any yogic practice which was given. And Yogananda Puri had seen the potential, the great purpose with which Swamiji was supposed to conduct on planet Earth, and for that he was training him. Many of the third eye witnesses, the third party witnesses, had even told that Yogananda Puri had given so much of energy, personal time, and attention because His Divine Holiness had showed so much of potential. He trained him thoroughly and ensured that the super conscious energy can manifest through him. So next, let us watch a brief video how Swamiji described about Yogananda Puri and manifesting powers with him.
Ragupati Yogi, my yoga master, playing with sounds. He'll take a stone and create a sound, like as if that stone is hit by a hammer. The stone will become two pieces. It will become pieces. The same way iron rope. He'll take iron rope and create a sound through the tongue, as if it is hit by a powerful tool, weapon, cutter. It will just break into pieces. And he'll create a sound like throwing a stone. The bird from the tree will fall. And just he'll close one nostril. Through the other nostril he will blow the air in such a way he can even alter the smell of the air. He'll just inhale, blow the air in a very proportionate way. From the stomach he will generate certain smell and release it through the air. I've seen he used to make Siddha medicines also, for which he needs snake venom, snake poison. So he will just do some kind of a pranayam, create a sound and release a particular smell through the nose. The snakes will automatically come near him as if they are in the sexual orgasm. When the snakes get into the intercourse, two snakes, they will roll on the ground and they will move just by rolling. Only if you have seen, if you are from an Indian village and seen, you will understand what I am talking. They will not move like a normal way. They will be rolling on the ground, unmoving. They will completely be rolling, unmoving. I have seen the snakes getting into that kind of an orgasmic mood just by the smell. Just by the smell he releases, they will get into that mood and come towards him as if they are in that ecstasy. And all he will do is he will have a small cup, the stone cup, and he will take that snake and put them out and take the venom and release them. Just through sound, he will insert certain sound inside the body and create a smell from the body and release it through the nostrils.
Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvanyanottaragamam. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I will make you all feel you are 16, not just physically, even mentally. You will all be romancing with the whole universe. No frustration, nothing, no corona, no depression, no bothering about economy, no sudu, no soranai, nothing. Next 16 days, no fantasy, only visualization, no delusion, only consciousness. Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvanyanottaragamam. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I will make you all feel you are 16, not just physically, even mentally. You will all be romancing with the whole universe. No frustration, nothing, no corona, no depression, no bothering about economy, no sudu, no soranai, nothing. Next 16 days, no fantasy, only visualization, no delusion, only consciousness.
Yes. Today we have really seen the different gurus and different influences, the different people who are blessed to be a part of His Divine Holiness's life. Of course, as a part of the Leela of the Avatar, Paramashiva himself, he does not need any guru or anyone, as he has descended itself as pure consciousness with the realization and awareness that he is pure consciousness. For each and every one of these beings, they themselves had considered that Swamiji was a blessing happened in their lives, and they were so blessed to be a part. In fact, Yogananda Puri, whom Swamiji had just spoken about, was the first person who had done the Paduka Puja to Swamiji at the very age of 11 years old. Each and every one of these beings had recognized that Swamiji, that the being that they were teaching was Paramashiva himself. And in fact, many times, in many Leelas, Paramashiva comes down and enacts, blesses as the role of disciple for many people. And it is just like that Paramashiva manifested and had the divine interaction with all of these beings, and they themselves had considered it like that for them. Today, for the Paramashivoham program, we are worshipping and revering Venkateshwara, the divine Leela of Venkateshwara in the life of His Divine Holiness, and Swamiji as Venkateshwara. As we are celebrating the Nithyananda Purnima Brahmotsavam, we are today offering the Leela Alankaram of Swamiji Murti, of the deity of Swamiji, in the Alankaram and gracing us in the Leela of the form of Venkateshwara. In the form of Venkateshwara himself, Swamiji is operating, literally, Venkateshwara is his very muscle memory, and he plays an important role in his own life. In fact, His Divine Holiness had told that it was in Tirumala, Tirupati, in that divine temple of Venkateshwara, that the first awareness of the superconsciousness descended, and while he was in his womb of the womb of his biological mother, he had the first awareness of his own body inside the womb of his mother. So it is in this very place, in this very space, that with the blessings of Venkateshwara, the very muscle memory of Venkateshwara resides.
Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om
So now it has come time. Today, during the Nithyananda Purnima Brahmotsava, let us now offer our reverence and worship to Nithyanandeshwara and Swamiji in that new Leela Alankaram. Today, at the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam, let us now offer our deepest gratitude and worship.
Nithyananda, on this auspicious fourth day of the Nithyananda Purnima Utsav, the Archavatara of Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam is gracing in the Leela Alankara of as Parashakti Bhuvaneshwari Devi. The Leela being His Divine Holiness Swamiji, when he was a small boy, when he was initiated into the Shakta Sampradaya, he immediately had the darshan of Parashakti Devi in the form of Bhuvaneshwari Devi. Today, on this fourth day of Nithyananda Purnima Utsavam, let us offer our worship at the feet of His Divine Holiness Swamiji. Om Dhurasi Dhurvadhurvantan Dhurvatayyo Osman Dhurvatitan Dhurvayam Vayan Dhurvamastan Devanamasi Sastitamam Papritamam Jushtatamam Vanhitamam Devahutam Amahritamasi Avirdhanandirgam Hasvamahva Mitrasyatva Chakshusha Prekshema Bhirma Samvikta Matvahigam Visham. Om Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha Dhupamagrapayami. Om Uddipya Svajata Vedo Pagnan Nirritim Mama Pashugishcha Mahyamavaha Jivanancha Disho Disha Mano Higumsi Jatave Dogamashvam Purushan Jagate Abhibhradagna Agahi Shriya Ma Paripataya. Om Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha Yekaharati Deepam Sandarshayami. Om Madhuvatartayate Madhuksharanti Sindhavaha Madhvirna Santoshadhihi Madhunakta Mutoshasi Madhumatparthivagam Rajaha Madhudyaurastu Nafpita Madhumanno Vanaspatir Madhumagam Astu Suryaha Madhvirgavo Bhavantunaha Madhu. Om Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha Naivedyam Nivedayami. Om Rajadhirajaya Prasahya Sahine Namo Vayam Vaishravanaaya Kurmahe Same Kaman Kamakamaya Mahyam Kameshwaro Vaishravano Dadatu Kuberaya Vaishravanaya Maharajaya Namaha Karpura Gauram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Tada Vasantam Hridayara Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami. Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami. Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami. Aratrikam Samarpayami Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Charanakamaleebhyo Namaha.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar, Kotari, visitors, viewers, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, Nithyananda, E-Gurukul students, Kailasas, NHU students, especially the Lila Dhyana Yoga program participants, and all those watching us live on Kailasa's Nithyananda TV, YouTube Live, Facebook Live, Kailasa TV, Kailasa's Hinduism Now TV, Kailasa's Enlightened app, Twitter, and Kailasa's Nayana Diksha. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today, 10th day of the Vijayotsavam, Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti and Kalabhairava Swami are gracing in Sarva Alankara, in Rajata Simha Vahana, Bhuta Vahana, in Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetam. Also, today is the holy festival. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is gracing in the Rajata Sesha Vahanam. Let's receive their blessings now.
धूरसिधूर्वधूर्वन्तन्धूर्वतञ्योऽस्मान् धूर्वतितन्धूर्वयं वयं धूर्वामस्तन् देवानामसि सस्मितमं पप्रितमञ्जुष्टतमं वह्नितमं देवभूतमम हृतमसि हविर्धानन्दरिपुंहत्वमाह्वा आर्मित्रस्य त्वाचक्षा प्रेक्षेमाभेर्मा सुमिक्षा मात्वाहि मुख्यम् ॐ श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्त्यै नमः. ॐ श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव कालभैरवाय नमः. सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः. रूपमाज्ञापयामि. ओम मुद्दीप्यस्वजातवेदो भग्नन् निरृतिं ममापशोकश्च मह्यमावह जीवनं जनितोश्च मानोऽधिगुंसि जातवेदो कामश्वं पुण्यं जगत् अभिभ्रदग्नागतिक्रिया मा परिपालय. ओम श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्त्यै नमः. ओम श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव कालभैरवाय नमः. सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः. एकहारतीदीपं सन्दर्शयामि. ओम अमृते अमृतोत्सवे अमृतवर्षिणी अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा. ओम श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्त्यै नमः. सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः. श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव कालभैरवाय नमः. नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि. वेदनानन्तरम् आचमनं समर्पयामि. सर्वस्याप्यै सर्वस्यजित्यै सर्वमेव तेनाप्नोति सर्वं जयति. सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरि नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते. सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां विधूते सनातनी गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणि नमोऽस्ते शरणागत दीनार्थ परित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यास्ति हरे देवि नारायणि नमोऽस्ते। ओम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति नमः। ओम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव कालभैरवाय नमः। सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। सर्वोपचार पूजार्थे सर्वापराध क्षमापनार्थे समस्त मंगल प्राप्त्यर्थे महामंगल नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि। अङ्गनामन्तरे माधवो माधवं माधवं चान्तरेणाङ्गना इत्थमाकल्पिते मण्डले मध्यगौ वेणुना देवकी नन्दनः एकिकेकादृतानेकपङ्क्तेरुहायुगतं हतावली हृद्यता हृद्यता तं तपं चावटीदाहदावानलज्जगौ वेणुना देवकी नन्दनः वापि वीणाभिराराविणा कम्पितः वापि वीणाभिराङ्किणीनर्तितः वापि वीणाभिरामन्तरं वापि तत् सञ्जगौ वेणुना देवकी नन्दनः। दूर्वस्तूर्वदूर्वस्तूर्वदयोस्मान् दूर्वजितन्दूर्वयं वयं दूर्वामस्मन् देवानां चिरस्थितमं वप्रितमनुष्ठतममन्वितमन्देवभुक्तममस्तमन्विततीर्थानन्दं सत्त्वमात्वार्विकृत्यत्वा चक्षुषा प्रेक्षेमाभिर्मा संयुक्ता मात्वाहिंसम्। ॐ श्री भगवते श्रीकृष्णाय नमः। धूपमाग्रापयामि। ओम मुखीभ्यस्वजातवेदो भक्तनिर्तिर्मम पशुभिस्तमह्यमावह जीवनं च दिशोदिश मानो हिंसी जातवेदो कामश्वं पुरुषं जगत् अभिभ्यदक्ष आख्यामा परिपातय। ओम श्री भगवते श्रीकृष्णाय नमः। एकहारतीदीपं संदर्शयामि। ओम मधुवातारतायते मधुकरन्ति सिन्धवः माध्वीर्नस्तन्तोषधीः मधुनस्तमुतोषधि मधुमत्मार्गजः मधुद्यौरस्तुनप्रिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमान् मधुसूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः मधु मधु मधु। ॐ श्री भगवते श्रीकृष्णाय नमः। नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। वेदनानन्तरं आचमनं समर्पयामि। सोमो वा ये तस्य राज्यमादत्ते यो राजा सन् राज्यो वा सोमेन यजते देवत्वामेतानि हस्तीकुंषि भवन्ति य एतावन्तो वै देवानागं सभाः स एवाग्नि सभान् प्रयच्छन्ति स येनं पुनस्त्वन्ते राज्याय देवसूराजा भवति। ओम श्री भगवते श्रीकृष्णाय नमः। ओम श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। सर्वोपचार पूजार्थे सर्वापराध क्षमापनार्थे समस्त मंगल प्राप्त्यर्थे महामंगल नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि।
Message directly from Sri Kailasa. Listen. Tyaga liberates you from most powerful, logically convincing, justifying delusions. Understand? There are some delusions about which you are so convinced logically, and that delusion has justified its existence to you in such absolute convincing way, you even forgot it's a delusion you assumed. In Agama, it is described as Pasa. In Vedanta, it is described as Maya. In various sampradayas, different words are used. The delusions which has convinced you about the necessity of its existence and the delusions which makes you feel, listen carefully, the delusions which makes you feel your very core existence needs those delusions for survival. For example, you have been convinced very logically, systematically by the society you are only body. I am not saying you are not body, but I am only against the idea you thinking you are only body. I am 100% supporting you keeping your body well, happy, healthy. I am not against body. I am only asking you to awaken, realize your conscious principle, Atma Tattva. And I tell you, beyond the logic of mind, there is something called consciousness in you. Mind is actually multiple interferences and inferences on consciousness by earth, water, fire, air, space elements. A strong unconscious patterns, even knowingly you are not able to break, is the interference and inferences of earth element on your consciousness. Fluid mood swings. You yourself know, if I take a cup of coffee and rest, this mood will go away, I'll be better. Those fluid mood swings are water elements, interference and inference on your conscious element. Intense emotional burst. which not only others will not be able to trust, even you will not believe it. In that emotional burst, the statements you make, actions you do, the decisions you make, even you will not stand by it. That is the fire element's interference and inference on your conscious element, Atma Tattva. Absolute dullness is the air element's interference and inference on your Atma Tattva. Extreme boredom and suicidal, doesn't like anything, doesn't want to exist, somehow want to run away somewhere, hide somewhere, and even there, after that, what to do? And just disappear. Absolute life negative is the air element's interference and inference on your consciousness. Understand? Mind itself is the interference and inference of these 5 elements on your consciousness. Tyaga is the most sweetest, powerful. Yesterday I was using the word cunning, because you always like very cunning strategies. Because of that I use the word cunning. Tyaga is the most powerful strategy to liberate yourself from all these 5 interferences and inferences and the other interferences and inferences which I have said and said. Tyaga is like a bulldozing all your delusion, putting the forest fire for all your delusion, nuclear explosion on all your delusion. Understand? Life is all about your ability to cognize the higher ideals and your ability to do tyaga for that higher ideals and your ability to be committed to that higher ideals. Life is all about that. And the highest is in you as conscious blueprint. Paramashiva. Your ability to cognize it, your ability to do tyaga for it, and your ability to stand for it. Understand? Conscious tyaga. Nothing but absolute conscious tyaga can manifest what you want. Conscious tyaga is equivalent to million time completing it. Because with completion, you tend to make even completion as a one more pattern and grab your incompletions back. With the tyaga, not only you burn the bridge, you burn that side, this side, bridge, everything. Burning the bridges with the past is tyaga. I should say, not only burning the bridges, burning the past itself is tyaga. understand the intensity with which you are awakening your existence. You are awakening your existence. Intensity with which you are awakening your existence. With that same intensity, I should say even million times more intensity, Paramashiva manifests through you. Again, I want to repeat, Tyaga invokes the love of Paramashiva towards you. Tyaga is like just removing a brick from a dam, removing one stone from a dam. It's not that you are going to get the benefit of just one stone level water. No. The whole dam is going to collapse and the whole thing is going to gush on you, shower on you. The good thing is you are not going to die in that flood. You are going to celebrate it because you are going to become one with it. Tyaga is just like removing one stone. And Paramashiva floods himself on you. Paramashiva just floods himself on you. I tell you. Cognizing Tyaga is equivalent to $100 billion lottery. Starting to practice Tyaga is like $1 billion lottery. You tasting the love for Tyaga is like $1 trillion lottery, because when I started tasting the love for Tyaga, all the best things have started happening in my life. All the best things. Knowledge, state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, Sri Kailasa of Paramashiva, everything. State of Paramashiva started manifesting. The space of Paramashiva started manifesting. Being of Paramashiva started manifesting. Superconsciousness of Paramashiva started manifesting. Powers of Paramashiva started manifesting. I tell you. Tyaga is the powerful cognition for all superpowers. All superpowers. Tyaga is the powerful cognition for all superpowers. Actually, through Tyaga, I am preparing all of you for Paramashiva's being to manifest. I am raising the whole Sangha to the next level manifestation. See the completion, science, unclutching, completion, all these were step by step taking you to the next level. For example, unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the whole science which I was teaching, Anandagandha, ASP, NSP, Healer's Initiation, Bhakti Spurana, the first 10 years of my life, 2000 to 2010, whole thing is for the state of Paramashiva. First 10 years, I did thorough groundwork on helping millions to manifest the state of Paramashiva by going to village and teaching unclutching initiations, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, giving Kalpataru programs. Then next, science of completion, integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, completion. This whole science is the space of Paramashiva, to manifest the space of Paramashiva. Then, the science of oneness, to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Now, the science of Tyaga, to manifest the being of Paramashiva. Understand? Being of Paramashiva is billion times bigger than any power manifestation. Any power manifestation. Especially now Paramashiva has done a beautiful acid washing of the whole Sangha. The pure beings are ready, evolving. Pure beings are ready, evolving. For manifesting the being of Paramashiva, to manifest the being of Paramashiva. I can see clearly why people are going crazy with bliss in Tiruvannamalai, that Lila Dhyana Yoga program, because the intensity of the whole manifestation is in the next level. Now I am giving the new name for that program, called Oneness with the Avatar. This will be the new name for the program. From this batch, Oneness with the Avatar. And I am opening the doors wide for the people to attend. This is going to be too extraordinary, intensely. You are literally going to manifest the being of Paramashiva. The Oneness with the Avatar program is all about initiating you into manifesting the being of Paramashiva. so many people all over the world want to come and experience the Oneness with the Avatar program. It's actually getting overbooked. I'm opening the doors of the Oneness with the Avatar program two more ways. One, anybody who has done even one Pada Puja once can just pay the remaining amount and attend the program. If you have done Pada Puja even once and you are initiated, means even if you do Pada Puja once, you naturally automatically get initiated. Because I wanted to open the doors wide open. I want thousands and thousands of you to experience oneness with the Avatar, and because I know this initiation is going to be making you start manifesting the being of Paramashiva. Not only I am making the program into 11 days, oneness with the Avatar. If you have done Pada Puja, you can just pay the remaining money and participate in the program. Opening the doors widely. If you have done inner awakening even once and you are still connected, prove that you are still connected by causing one more person. You are free. You are welcome to be a guest for the Oneness with Avatar program. I am opening two doors because I want thousands and thousands of you to come and enjoy the Oneness with the Avatar, the intensity. Understand, I tell you, in Thiruvannamalai, you are literally in my physical presence. Arunachala Hill is physical Guru. I am only restricting the number of participants, only 200 per batch. Every month we will have a batch. You can start registering, first come, first served. Only 200 per batch, because we may not be able to handle more than 200 in Thiruvannamalai Ashram. So 200 only per batch. The program will be bilingual. I can say that multilingual practically, because the translation is made available. The initiation is happening for you to manifest the being of Paramashiva, Tyaga. This whole intense, powerful cognitions about the Tyaga is getting manifested. The whole powerful cognitions about Tyaga is happening. to make you all manifest the being of Paramashiva. Intensity of Tyaga. Understand You need to know Tyaga is superpower, nuclear, strong force of the consciousness. I am literally radiating that very superpower Tyaga now with the grace of Paramashiva, manifesting the superpower of Tyaga now in all of you. With the grace of Paramashiva, I'll connect all of us with Paramashiva now. Just pick up your Atmalinga, keep it on your Sahasrara chakra, top of the head, and hold it with both your hands and sit. Now, I'll connect you with Paramashiva by the grace of Paramashiva.
Viva दुःखं विप्रेण हरतो सये ये पठन्ति नरभक्त्या तेषां शम्भो प्रसीदति शम्भो प्रसीदति कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं तं तारकां भुजगेन्द्रहारं शम्भो 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 शम्भो
ओंकारे सवारूढे नीलनीरजलोचने त्रैलोकैकमुखे दिवे कालिकावै नमोऽस्तुते ओंकारे सवारूढे नीलनीरजलोचने त्रैलोकैकमुखे दिवे कालिकावै नमोऽस्तुते प्रत्यलीडापदे घोरे मुण्डमाला प्रलम्बिते खर्वलम्बोदरे भीमे कालिकावै नमोऽस्तुते ओंकारे सवारूढे नीलनीरजलोचने
शाम्भवी चन्द्रमौलिरबला अपर्णा उमा पार्वती काली हैमवती शिवा त्रिनयनी कात्यायनी भैरवी सावित्री नवयौवना शुभकरी साम्राज्य लक्ष्मी प्रदा चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीराजराजेश्वरी श्रीराजराजेश्वरी अम्बा मोहिनी देवता त्रिभुवनी आनंद संदायिनी वाणी पल्लव पाणि वेणु मुरली गान प्रिया लोलिनी कल्याणी उडुराज बिंब वदना धूम्राक्ष संहारिणी चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीराजराजेश्वरी 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 कंकणधरी केयूरहारावळी जाति चंपक वैजयंती लहरी ग्रैवय्य कैराजिता वीणा वेणु विनोद मंडित करा वीरासने संस्थिता चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीराजराजेश्वरी अम्बा रौद्रिणी भद्रकाळी बगला ज्वालामुखी वैष्णवी ब्रह्माणी त्रिपुरान्तकी सुरनुता दीप्यमानोज्ज्वला चामुण्डा श्रितरक्ष पोष जननी दाक्षायणी वल्लवी चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीराजराजेश्वरी 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 शूलधनुकशङ्कुशधरी अर्धेन्दुबिम्बाधरी वाराही मधुकैटभ प्रशमनी वाणी रमा सेविता मल्लाध्यासुरमुख दैत्यमतनी माहेश्वरी चाम्बिका चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीराजराजेश्वरी श्रीराजराजेश्वरी अम्बा सृष्टि विनाश पालन करी आर्या विसंशोभिता गायत्री प्रणवाक्षरामृत रस पूर्णानुसन्धिकृता ओंकारी विनता सुतार्चित पदा उच्चण्ड दैत्यापहा चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीराजराजेश्वरी 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 आगमादिविनुता आर्या महादेवता या ब्रह्मादिपिपीलिकान्त जननी या वै जगन्मोहिनी या पञ्चपणवादिरेप जननी या चित्कला मालिनी चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीराजराजेश्वरी पालित भक्तराजधनिशम् अम्बाष्टकं यः पठेत् अम्बालोलकटाक्ष वीक्ष ललितं चैश्वर्यमव्याहतम् अम्बा पावन मन्त्र राजपठनादन्ते च मोक्षप्रदा चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीराजराजेश्वरी चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीराजराजेश्वरी 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 न भृत्यो न भर्ता न जाया न विद्या न वृत्तिर्ममैव गतिस्त्वं त्वमेका भवानी भवाब्धावपारे महादुःखभीरु अपादप्रकामी प्रलोभी प्रमत्त संसारपाश प्रबद्ध सदाहं गतिस्त्वं त्वमेका भवानी मंत्रं न जानामि पूजां न च न्यासयोगं गतिस्त्वं त्वमेका भवानी न जानामि पुण्यं न जानामि तीर्थं न जानामि मुक्तिं लयं वा कदाचित् न जानामि भक्तिं व्रतं वापि माता गतिस्त्वं त्वमेका भवानी कुसंगी कुबुद्धि कुदासा कुलाचारहीन कदाचारलीन कुदृष्टि कुवाक्य प्रबन्ध सदाहं गतिस्त्वं त्वमेका भवानी रजेशं रमेशं महेशं सुरेशं दिनेशं निशीथेश्वरं वा कदाचित् न जानामि चान्यत् सदाहं शरण्ये गतिस्त्वं त्वमेका भवानी विवादे विषादे प्रमादे प्रवासे जले चानरे पर्वते शत्रुमध्ये अरण्ये शरण्ये सदा मां प्रपाहि गतिस्त्वं त्वमेका भवानी अनाथो दरिद्रो जरारोगयुक्तो महाक्षीणदीनः सदा जाड्यवक्त्र विपत्तो प्रविष्ट प्रणष्ट सदाहं गतिस्त्वं त्वमेका भवानी
Hina tak hina titakata dik dhagen din kat kata kritakta tak tina tun dha krata tita hina krata tita dhiti kritakta kratha taka dha कृततट हिडनक कृततट धृति कृतता कृतः तका तः कृततट हिडनक कृततट धृति कृतता कृतः कृतः कृतः
रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि यशो जाहि रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि यशो जाहि ऐगिरिनन्दिनि नन्दितमेदिनि विश्वविनोदिनि नन्दनुते गिरिवरविन्द्यशिरोधिनि वासिनि विष्णुविनाशिनि जिष्णुनुते भगवति हेशिति कण्ठकुटुम्बिनि भूरि कुटुम्बिनि भूरि कृते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपत्रिनि शैलसुते जय 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 शूरभरभर्षिणि दुर्धरधर्षिणि दुर्मुखमर्षिणि हर्षरते त्रिभुवनपोषिणि शङ्करपोषिणि कल्मषमोषिणि घोषरते धनुजनिरोषिणि दितिसुतरोषिणि दुर्मदशोषिणि सिन्धुसुते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपत्तिनि शैलसुते जय 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 जगदम्ब मदम्ब कदम्ब वनप्रियवासिनि हासरते शिखरि शिरोमणि तुङ्ग हिमालय शृङ्गनिजालय मध्यगते मधु मधुरे मधु कैटवगञ्जिनि कैटववन्तिनि रासरते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपत्तिनि शैलसुते शतखण्ड विखण्डित रुण्ड वितुण्डित शुण्ड गयाधिपते विकुगजगण्ड विधारण चण्ड पराक्रम शुण्ड मृगाधिपते निज भुजदण्ड निपातित खण्ड विपातित मुण्ड पटाधिपते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपत्तिनि शैलसुते जय 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 हैरण दुर्मद शत्रुवधोदित दुर्धर निर्जर शक्तिवृते चतुरविचार धुरीण महाशिव भूतपिता प्रमथाधिपते दुरित दुरीह दुराशय दुर्मति दानवधूत कृतान्तमते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपत्तिनि शैलसुते
विद्महे कन्याकुमार्यै धीमहि तन्नो दुर्गी प्रचोदयात् नारायण्यै विद्महे कन्याकुमार्यै धीमहि तन्नो दुर्गी प्रचोदयात् सुनवाम सोम मराति यतो निदहाति वेदः स नः पर्षदति दुर्गाणि विश्वानावेव सिन्धुं दुरितात्यग्निः तामग्निवर्णां तपसा ज्वलन्तीं वैरोचनीं कर्मफलेषु जुष्टां दुर्गां देवीगुं शरणमहं प्रपद्ये सुतरसि तरसे नमः अग्ने त्वं पारयानव्यो अस्मान् स्वस्तिभिरति दुर्गाणि विश्वा पूज्य पृथ्वी बहुलान उर्वी भवातोकायतनयाय शम्योः विश्वानि नो दुर्गः जातवेदः सिन्धुर्ननावा दुरितातिपर्षि अग्ने अत्रिवन्मनसा गृणानोऽस्माकं बोध्यविता तनूनाम् कृतनाजितगुं सह मानवोग्रमग्निगुं पुमेम परमात्सदस्तात् स नः पर्षदति दुर्गाणि विश्वाक्षामध्येवो वदि दुरिताद्यग्निः प्रत्नोषि कवीड्यो अध्वरेषु सनाश्च होतानव्यश्च सन्सि स्वाञ्चा अग्ने तनुपं विप्रय स्वास्मभ्यं च सौभगमाय च स्व गोभिर्जुष्टमयुजो निषिक्तं भवेन्द्रविष्णोरनुसञ्चरेम नाकस्य पृष्ठमपि सम्भसा नो वैष्णवीं लोक इह मानयन्ता कात्यायनाय विद्महे कन्याकुमारी धीमहि तन्नो दुर्गी प्रचोदयात् कात्यायन्यै विद्महे कन्याकुमार्यै धीमहि तन्नो दुर्गी प्रचोदयात् नारायण्यै विद्महे कन्याकुमार्यै धीमहि तन्नो दुर्गी प्रचोदयात्
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. I bless you all. You can all open your eyes. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam. Living and radiating the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Sri Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvajnanottaragama. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I will make you all feel you are 16, not just physically, even mentally. You will all be romancing with the whole universe. No frustration, nothing, no corona, no depression, no bothering about economy, no sudu, no soranai, nothing. Next 16 days, no fantasy, only visualization, no delusion, only consciousness. Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvajnanottaragama. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I will make you all feel you are 16, not just physically, even mentally. You will all be romancing with the whole universe. No frustration, nothing, no corona, no depression, no bothering about economy, no sudu, no soranai, nothing. Next 16 days, no fantasy, only visualization, no delusion, only consciousness.
Nithyanandam. In today's Satsang, Paramashiva, as Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, shared the signs of Tyaga to manifest the being of Paramashiva. Swamiji shared how for the last 10 years, he gradually prepared all of us to manifest the being of Paramashiva, starting with us experiencing the state and then to Nirvikalpa Samadhi, to space. And after 10 years, he says we are ready to manifest the being of Paramashiva. So someone joining new, You may think, oh, do I need to wait for 10 more years to manifest the being of Paramashiva? Of course not. Swamiji is giving us this beautiful gift of Paramashivoham level 2. By experiencing that, we experience the being of Paramashiva. It is a 16-day intense program designed especially for us to manifest the being of Paramashiva. And of course, every single time Swamiji introduces more and more gifts, the entire possibilities of whatever is available in Sri Kailasa, the gifts of Sri Kailasa, Swamiji is gifting us through this Paramashivoham level 2, which is happening continuously and day and night. The 5th batch, 5th season is going on right now. The registrations just closed yesterday. But don't worry, the next season is starting on June 8th. Even if you have missed the past seasons, do not miss this season. As Swamiji has just started expanding on the Sarvajnanottara Agama, sharing the powerful secrets that Paramashiva has shared with Lord Subramanya, Paramashiva in the form of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam is sharing with us. And we are so blessed to be born, to be present while Paramashiva has manifested. And there's nothing in the world which is worth to miss this. So even if you have attended Paramashivoham level 2 before, or Paramashivoham, or inner awakening, or Mahasannidhanam, or Paramashivoham itself, this is something that we do not want to miss. The next season is starting on June 8th. You can register for this program at paramashivoham.org. If you would like to experience the space of Paramashiva, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the unclutching experience, that is happening every single day, 24/7. Throughout the world, people around the world are participating, not only experiencing this space for themselves, but this healing space for global peace, as well as to heal the world of COVID-19. Become a part of this meditation, this process to heal the world. You can register for this at kailasa.tv/minutes 4 and many more gifts Swamiji is going on giving us, and we do not want to miss. So thank you for watching. Please do visit paramashivoham.org to learn more about Paramashivoham level 2 and register yourself. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvajnanottara Agama. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I will make you all feel you are in 16, not just physically, even mentally. You will all be romancing with the whole universe. No frustration, nothing, no corona, no depression, no bothering about economy, no sudu, no soranai, nothing. Next 16 days, no fantasy, only visualization, no delusion, only consciousness. whatever you think as your strength, like how much.
Nithyananda, let's start. Let's sit straight, visualize Bhagavan in the third eye, and start with the Satguru for our manifestation. Nithyanandam Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Bandhatim Gaganadusham Tattamasyanakshim Ekam Nityam Dadamatalam Sarvagi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarathiram Satgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, such a beautiful space of Tyaga. With that space, let's start the power manifestation today. Bhagavan beautifully said about how Tyaga makes us the superconsciousness, the beings of Paramashiva. Here, he describes what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is nothing but a cognitive shift which can infuse powerfulness into any action or state that we are in. It raises the frequency of our body and mind to ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita. Bhagavan beautifully says that we experience only three states: dream, deep sleep, and waking state. But the witness of all the three is in the state of Turyatita, who we are and how we experience the ultimate. The power manifestation brings you to the higher frequency. That is the only time you are living in the powerful space of Turyatita. Paramashiva himself has beautifully described it. The 5 phases of Paramashiva, Satyojata, Vamadeva, Agora, Tatpurusha, and Ishana, doing the Panchakritya of maintenance, sustenance, regeneration, pulling us out delusion, and liberation. Constantly, the Big Bang and black hole is happening. The Ajo Muha, he is beyond the form and formless. He is a living being and he is living among all of us, making all of us experience the ultimate. Paramashiva has come down to planet Earth as our Bhagavan. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is a reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is an avatar and he's a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam made science of power manifestation, yoga, temple-based university user-friendly for the modern world. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam survived the worst persecution in multi-level by anti-Hindu element. Kailasa, led by His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam and his diasporas, Hindu diasporas, are working for global peace 24/7, 365 days. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is a founder of Nithyananda Hindu University, which has extended campus in 150 countries. He is 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shamala Pita Sarvanya Pita and Swargapura Adinam and present Maharaj of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. Paramashiva himself has come down to revive the Hinduism all over the world, the Adinam, the Pitas, and make the evolution happen from human being to superconscious being. Bhagavan beautifully has given the power manifestation science. The science of power manifestation is an authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof method. The Shastra Pramanas are the Veda Agamas, which are eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the Hindu source scriptures. Apta Pramanas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamars, who are the great saints who are the authority of Hinduism, who lived on planet Earth as superconscious being in physical human form. They are the scientists who time-tested and verified the science of power manifestation. Atma Pramanas are the avatars who land on planet Earth to evolve the beings into the next consciousness. Here, Bhagavan, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium avatar's personal experience of power manifestation is the Leelas that we are experiencing. Bhagavan has come down in physical form, all the incompletion a human being would have, enact the whole Leela and make us understand how ferociously you can start living as the beings of Paramashiva. He has initiated millions of disciple devotees, followers into the science of power manifestation, who are experiencing these power manifestation authentically, time-tested, and it is scientific and it is foolproof. The Shastra Pramana. Today, Shastra Pramana from Shiva Samhita 5.7678.
Pramana to the law of Mahima, power of increasing height of body and object, extaken from the Shiva Samhita 5.76. Maranam bhagyadena sakena vinaghadyate tasya paramashive animati gunaprada vayusannatadate dehe rasavritnirbhavet dhruvam akashapanagajagal samabhivadhate maranam dhadyate tena kenapi naghadyate tasya paramashive animadi gunaprada vayusannatadate dehe rasavritnirbhavet dhruvam
So beautiful. In the Shiva Samhita 5.78678, he has given a beautiful translation. Death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. So beautiful when we understand that Bhagavan has raised the consciousness, the state of Paramashiva, by teaching us unclutch, that the whole world is a dream, and evolve yourself and be in the space of oneness with Paramashiva. The space of Paramashiva, he has given the completion process, making the whole outer world as redundant is the essence of completion Bhagavan has given. The oneness with Paramashiva, you understanding you are Paramashiva, you are the source of which you are manifesting through you. The powers of Paramashiva is experienced when you experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Now Bhagavan is raising the human consciousness to Thyaga. Thyaga of Paramashiva. What he is giving us is all that which we are bound, the pasa and pasu. We are constantly attached to something. Some can give up wealth, some can give up their kids for sarvaparityagi, for raising them as an ultimate. When we give up the wealth, it does not mean we are giving what we want to experience. We are giving up things so that we do not get attached to it. So beautifully in Bhagavatam says a story where a boatman has a hole in the boat. They are asking, how can we sail in this boat? He says, the water keeps coming, I keep draining and keep on pedaling the boat. It keeps moving. Like that, the death is constantly happening in us. Only if we keep on giving whatever is coming to us, we are going to pedal the boat of this life and go towards the moksha. So beautiful. When you are doing the Thyaga, the ultimate oneness happens in you, ultimate completion happens in you, ultimate unclutch happens in you. Especially the Thyaga of the things which you are clinged. Some are clinged to their kids, some are clinged to their job, some are clinged to their all their praise and glory. Some are cling to their anger. All these are the ones which are constantly that they need to give up. The Sarvapari Thyagi which happens in us is the ultimate which is happening, that we give up things which we are attached. Bhagavan beautifully says, Patinatar, he gave up everything when his son gave just one line, one sentence. He was a big business person and he sent his son to make a lot of money and come back. All his friends' kids made a lot of money and came back. But his son got only cow dung cakes. And he was so angry, he threw the cow dung cake, where he saw inside the cow dung cake was filled with diamonds. And he understood that his son is so brilliant, not just he is a good businessman. He goes to his wife and tells about this and asks where his son is. Bhagavan has come down as his son himself to teach him the greatest lesson, where his wife gives him a letter from his son saying that not even a broken needle can be taken beyond your death. That is what we are completely. We can't take the family, nor wealth, nor our glory, nothing. So he gives up immediately. He does a completion, tyaga of everything, and just surrenders into the Bhagavan's feet. The more and more we do the tyaga of which we are possessed with, that is the only way we ferociously break open from the death which is constantly eating us. He is eaten by none when we do a tyaga of what we are possessed with. Anything that we are possessed, occupied, the mind occupies, do tyaga of that. And that is the only thing which is actually not there. And doing the tyaga, we will come to a beautiful space of oneness, completion and unclutch. That is why he says he is eaten by none. Once we understand the tyaga, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers. When you do the tyaga, you manifest the superconsciousness powers. And here, the powers of Ashtama Siddhi, the Vayu, the wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juice of his body also increases. The Rasa Vriddhi, the nectar exuding from his ethereal lotus, also increases. Bhagavan always says, when you are in such a beautiful completion, your breath really touches to your knee. So such long breath will be happening. That is completion. And the beautiful nectar from you can even simply taste the sweetness in your throat when you do the Sarvapari Thyagi. You are in such a bliss and oneness and completion that you don't need anything from outside to satisfy. You become Paramashanta Swarupa and you become complete in oneness with Bhagavan. Such a beautiful verse Bhagavan has given, and going into that completion space, that level of understanding, the power manifestation simply starts flowing through you. Let's go to the Apta Pramana. Hanuman, known for his tyaga of everything, that he does not have anything other than Rama. He sits one day and asks Bhima to move his tail, and Bhima tries so much he could not even move an inch, because of Bhima was working from his arrogant space, and Hanuman was in complete surrender only in the space of Rama. When Bhima understood what he was possessed with, that he was possessed with his strength as his glory, and when he gave up that, simply he became a beautiful space of tyaga and being of Paramashiva. And same way, Bhagavan has beautifully demonstrated himself playing the leela of moving the deities. Many deities he has moved in the LA ashrams, and here he moved a deity which was 6 feet 10 inches into the door which was 6 feet 8 inches. Scientifically, binary logic, we can never think how could it fit. Even today, people are not able to understand that how did it fit inside this door. But Bhagwan beautifully blessed, and the deity simply shrunk and again grew back to 6 feet and 10 inches. They measured it again. The Nataraja deity really passed through the doorway and is there. And same way the Ganesha deity, which was weighing tons, which was also moved in a correct place. The Rajeshwari deity, which was also reduced in the weight for the fork to lift and place it in a proper place. All this is possible. Bhagwan is able to do in tons. And simply when you connect and give up your whatever you're possessed with as your ultimate irritation, boredom, or frustration, it could be that simple, and you give up that as Thyaga, you will simply see the oneness happening. The ultimate superconsciousness, the Paramashiva space in you happens in you. Such a beautiful instant. When Satya Sai Baba was there, he will never tell anybody don't drink or don't smoke. And he would only, wherever people drink and come and sit, that whole day, he won't be able to eat, he will be vomiting. When devotees saw that, how he suffered, simply they will not smoke and come next to him. And slowly, the devotees dropped. He did the Thyaga of making people understand to give up the alcohol or the addictions just by him taking the suffering and going through that. And whenever people saw that, they just stopped doing that. When you want something to happen, you give up that, and for others, simply the others will melt down into the space of oneness and start manifesting. Bhagwan beautifully says, when we do the Thyaga of what is possessed, simply we raise to the next level. Here the devotee have experienced the increase Ashtama Siddhi power by increasing her Lakshmi chain deity from 26 for the first cycle to 28 and the next cycle to 29. So beautiful experience. Now we can take this app and measure the object, or if you have a weighing machine, it'll be excellent. So you can copy this app. We are going to increase the weight of the, if possible, you can keep any object. If you have a chain, gold chain, or you have some object deity, paduka, anything, you can place it on your cell phone if you don't have a weighing machine and place it on this app. It'll measure, it'll take 20 seconds to settle down. And after that, you can take a picture. If you can video record everything, it's the most phenomenal thing that all these greater signs are simply manifested because of Bhagwan's presence. So you never know what you would take when you video record all these things. You can probably even see Bhagwan's presence happening when you consistently video record all this. So go ahead, keep your cameras ready, and let's start the manifestation. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Remember Bhagwan in your third eye. Again and again, remembrance is liberation. Bringing your awareness in third eye is liberation by itself. Absolutely unclutch. Do the Thyaga as your strength. Paramashiva is your only strength. Now declaring complete integrity. Integrity is nothing but declaring your space of Paramashiva again and again. That is integrity. Bring that integrity, simple obedience, and experience the oneness the darshan Bhagwan just gave, and the initiation, very strong initiation Bhagwan gave into the space of Thyaga. And chant the Mahavakya, the passcode, for us to raise our frequency loudly, and literally your whole being vibrates with it, that your mind just dissolves in the Mahavakya. So let's start. We are going to have the oneness capsule for 11 minutes and continuously sit and chant the Mahavakya. Remember Bhagwan in your third eye. Contemplate on the great truth of Thyaga absolute unclutch and your integrity with Bhagavan, that you are Paramashiva, experience as Paramashiva manifesting the power of her Ashtama Siddhi of raising the object's weight. Now let's start chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. We'll play the oneness capsule now. Please continue chanting the Mahavakya.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nithyananda, I just want to show you the app again. Some are asking about what is the app. This is the app you can copy with for Android and iPhone. You can copy it and you can download the app in your phone, Android phone or iPhone, if you're using for the weight. And we're going to have one more cycle of increasing the weight. You can increase the weight of another object. You can copy this app. This is specifically for Android separately and iPhone separately we have given. If you have a weighing scale, that's wonderful. You can go ahead, use the weighing scale. But if you don't have, you can download this app. It just takes few seconds to download, few minutes to download, and you can place the object. It takes 20 seconds to just normalize the number. Then you can take a picture of that, or if you can video record the whole thing, that will be really good. So we're going to start the second cycle of 10 minutes. You can place another object, another chain or your ring, or you can keep any object and take a picture before you start and continuously do the Tyaga. Tyaga completely, even at your decision level. If you decide to do Tyaga of which is possessed, continuously possessing you, just drop that and completely become oneness. Anything is the best thing when you give up that, just to experience the space of Bhagavan inside you. Nothing is worth to keep it for yourself. It's not Bhagavan is asking you to resign your job or give your kids off or give the money off. No. He's asking you to give the possession, the attachment that you have, to see that you are not different from that object, but you are the object. We miss everything because we don't exist in everything. But we only give up that cognition that we are not part of it. We understand the deeper essence of us, who we are. We are the infinite, all-inclusive. Nothing can be taken away from us. Nothing can be violated. We cannot be violated. So to experience the ultimate space, Bhagavan is asking us do the Tyaga of what we are possessed with. It can be as simple as an anger or as complicated as something that our business. So whatever we are possessed in our mind, give up that, the attachment, and simply see that because of Bhagavan's presence, the whole thing is happening. It's not how we are possessing something happens. It is because of his presence, even now it's happening. The maturity in understanding will make you simply give up all that to experience the greatest space of yours, the being of Kailasa. So let's experience that oneness space. Let's sit straight. Start the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. We'll play the oneness capsule for you now.
Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam.
This is for Facebook viewers, YouTube, Facebook, social media viewers. Please go ahead.
The recording has stopped.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nithyananda. So, if you're part of the power manifestation, please go ahead, and if you're part of Paramashivam program, please go ahead and with your program. If you're part of power manifestation in the social media, please go ahead and update in
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
This meeting is being recorded.
Nithyananda. If you're part of Paramashivam program, please go ahead. Sorry for the technical glitch. If you're part of the power manifestation in social media, please go ahead and update tinyurl.com/power manifestation your experience. It takes few minutes, but enriching and causing is what makes your experience into reality. Again and again, such beautiful space when you share with others and cause others reality, you're causing yourself into the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva, the Paramashiva space in you. Such a beautiful space. Thank you for participating today in the power manifestation. Thanks, Swamiji, for the power manifestation and powerful cognition. And with deep seeking and gratitude, ask Bhagavan to make this as your existential reality. With that, let's visualize Bhagavan in our third eye and end this session with a Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamadashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padakaarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you in the Kailash Courtyard next power manifestation session. Nithyanandam.